and welcome to Deadline Day. Yes, there's going to be some big moves made over the next 12 hours or so, and we have ditched the yellow tides here because the drama is going to be coming from the live lounge here in Portsmouth as 5 players will rubber stamp their place into tomorrow night's final here at the MODUS Super Series. It was a double dose of darting delights for us on Thursday. Group C was the beginning of our attention, and this was how it panned out. Johnny Haynes found himself pointless after day 1, continuing what has been a week of frustration for him. Alan Norris made it 4 from 4 against the Punk this week and is on 4 points going into day 2. The same can be said about the new granddad, Colin Osborne, who on the hockey would have felt there was room for improvement yesterday. Ben Payne enjoyed a perfect start to Super Series Live, coming out the traps flying, but slipped at the end of the session to end the day on 6 points. Scott Campbell was granite on his live lounge bow. He also won 3 from 5 to move into second spot. But it was Borland who was the best of the bunch. 5 games, 5 wins. He feels within touching distance for the first Saturday night at the live lounge. So it is Borland at the summit in Group C. The asset Paul Nicholson was watching all of the action down in the commentary box. He joins me up here on the balcony now. And, well, William Borland, we've seen some good stuff from him on the ADC Vault Series this year, but perhaps hasn't in the past put his best form here to the live lounge. That changed yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair statement. I think Willie would understand that the last 2 years haven't really been the best for him. But I think what he's trying to find with ADC darts and in bringing that to here is to find that consistency that he's always been looking for. He's always been very flashy. But now, if he can find consistency with a little bit of extra fireworks in there as well, we've got a proper player on our hands.
Well, let's have a look at the table then following the first day's play in Group C. So Borland top of the pile. The 2 debutants, Scott Campbell and Ben Payne, on 6 points. But is the disappointment the players that have dropped down from Group A and players of experience here at the Live Lounge not really showing their true capabilities at times?
It's easy for me to say yes, but it's what the guys at the bottom of the table will be feeling themselves. The likes of Johnny and Colin and Alan will definitely be disappointed with how things went on Thursday. But the fact of the matter is, it's not over for most of them, and they're going to have to get a hot start today. I think it's probably going to be 4 players looking for second spot. It's easy for me to stand here and say that Willie Borland has got most of the job done. But we always bring it up, don't we? The Scott Walters formula of winning 5 on a Thursday and then losing 5 on a Friday. He's not safe, but maintaining intensity is going to be key for him. But you get the feeling that the people chasing, they're probably all looking for 1 spot.
How do you expect the debutants to do again today?
I think the expectation's different today. Yesterday, when it came to the debutants, we were saying, I'm not really sure what we're going to get here. You never really know how you're going to perform under these lights until you're in the mix. But now that they have done it, and done it pretty well yesterday, it'll be interesting to see how they handle the additional pressure that we'll put on them.
Right, let's have a look at the odds compilers and what they're saying, because there's been a bit of a move in the market. Now, you may see there Willie Borland's moved in from 12 to 5 to 4 to 7. We can also tell you that in the last few minutes or so, he's actually come back in again. He's now 3 to 1 with the bookies. Colin Osborne, the big drifter, the other way, 15 to 8 to 6 to 1.
I think that's very fair, in fact, when you look at how things have changed over the last 24 hours or even the last 20 hours. I think the right-hand side of your screen for Friday is immensely fair. Sometimes I think the bookies do get it a little bit wrong and are sometimes a bit too ambitious. But when it comes to this, I think they've got it spot on. And I think Ben Payne at 6 to 1 alongside Osborne is a very fair reflection of where they are.
So those are the market moves. Let's see what the bet builders say today. Now, these are amalgamations of bets that make their way through the exchanges. And we put them into a handy little acca for you. It's paying just under 5 to 1 here. A couple of shouts that could really come in, but there's one that I know that you have a little bit of danger about today.
Yeah, Campbell versus Norris. Total legs, obviously 6 or above. We're looking at 4-2 or 4-3 in the scoreline, however it went. But I think there is a danger that Norris, if he doesn't get a really hot start here, that by the time he plays Campbell, things might all be done and dusted, and that's where the adrenaline tends to peter away. But I do like Osborne 180. He only got one all day yesterday. It might be one of those days where he finds a lot more. So the top two for me, quite accurate, but the last one, I'm a bit 50-50 on that one.
So 18 plus, begambleaware.org. If you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, we're going to be kicking off our finals tomorrow, which is where every single players are going to get to today at a slightly later time. 8 o'clock we're going to begin here on the YouTube channel, before then joining our viewers and friends over at Sporty Stuff TV just a little bit later on in the evening. And every single Saturday, well, this hall, this auditorium, it opens up to you at home, and you can be a part of the experience. Take a look at this. So that's how you can join us tomorrow night. The action gets underway here with Willie Borland up against Alan Norris, the player at the top of the table, up against Norris, who finds himself in 5th position in the group. Myself and Paul Nicholson have made our way down to the commentary box to describe all the action for you this afternoon. And as far as Willie Borland is concerned, the one thing he can't afford to allow to creep into his game is complacency.
I couldn't agree more, Henry. I think if you look at the intensity that Willie Borland brought to his last couple of matches yesterday, he's going to need that at the start today against Norris and when he plays Ben Payne. And if he gets those 2 wins and gets to 14 points, maybe he can cruise a little bit
Willie
for the rest of the day, in the knowledge that he is going to be in a position of qualification. However, at the start here, he's got to get out the blocks and put the other people on the back foot.
140.
As for Norris, may well be his last day of action today. He's only a couple of points off the 2nd spot in the group, but you sense that he's going to have to find something just a little bit in excess of what he's put in the last couple of days in particular, if he is to make his way into the fold and make his way into Saturday night.
43.
It's incredibly simple for us to stipulate that Alan needs 10 points from 10. He needs to do what Willie did yesterday.
40.
But it's just not that easy. You look at what Borland did yesterday. 86.75 as an accumulative average for the day, and 37% on the doubles.
140.
It wasn't the best average for the day. It wasn't the best percentage on the doubles yesterday.
99.
But his timing in the games was excellent, and it's all about the timing. Don't forget as well that Norris doesn't have the darts in this first game, and he lost to Borland yesterday by 4-0. That was the last game of yesterday's session, so that memory is very fresh. There are no guarantees in this schedule, as you know, Henry.
59. Will he record
maybe Alan Norris
164?
beating Johnny Haynes in a certain shirt.
There is a fetching change of the Johnny Haynes shirt, which he told me this morning was, well, if Alan Norris feels lucky in a shirt, well, I'm going to try and feel lucky in a shirt as well.
40. Alan, you require 164.
So he's going to go toe-to-toe with him, I guess. Borland's going to get a look at that 1-2-4 that he's left after 5 visits in this first leg.
44. Will he require 124?
That's a Borland. Can he take it out? He's got double 11 to do exactly that, and that would have been a rip-roaring way to have began his day. But Norris is back for the Shanghai.
This is what I like to call the basketball shot. Triple-double, but he doesn't go that route.
80. Will he require 22?
Double 11 to be 5-0 up on Norris this week, and he splits. It's a
14.
really messy first leg,
Alan, you require 40.
which Alan could take.
If he finds tops,
Game's on
tops
the
in the
first
top
leg.
right-hand
Alan
corner.
Norris.
It just squeezed its way in. But Norris takes the lead and finds his first leg against Willie
Second
this
against
week.
Alan to throw first. Game on.
Not just a problem when it comes to points. Let's talk about the leg difference in our table. Norris in 5th position
45.
stands at -7. You've got Osborne on the same points as him, but 9 legs ahead.
78.
That's pretty much an extra 2 points on its own because it can't be bridged in one single match. Ben Payne has got 2 more points than Norris, as has Scott Campbell.
60.
And their leg difference is vastly better than his. So he hasn't just got to win. He's got to win by margins today. He has to stand a
59.
chance.
You'll see Messrs Campbell and Payne, the 2 debutants in our second match of the day, following the conclusion of this one.
55.
You mentioned on the balcony, Henry, that we didn't expect a massive amount from the debutants yesterday. But
96.
we'll talk about it in that second game. We expect a lot more from Campbell today, considering he's the only person to have registered a 100-plus average this week.
Which still, when you consider the players that we've got in the field,
81.
feels like a staggering statistic.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I expect us to come here on
98.
Thursday and maybe have 6 or 7. Not to be. Just goes to show that darts is not easy at any point.
140.
He leaves 120 again.
170.
With Borland going fishing.
98.
No
And you
fish for
require
Willie.
120.
Can Norris find the Shanghai? This is for a 2-0 lead, and this would be for a complete reversal of the scoreline yesterday. And it's been a complete reversal in performance as far as Willie Borland is concerned so far.
Didn't have to go 60 here. He could have gone bull-bull.
60. Willie requires
In that
72.
spot, he thought it wasn't the best play.
Game's on the second
Two
leg.
36s
Willie
equals
Borland.
72, and that's 1-1.
And he just chats to himself as he walks back down
Third
the
against
hockey.
Willie to throw first.
May have felt like he's got away with a little bit of a 1 there, Willie Borland.
99.
I think these two have something in common, you know. I think we tend to see the best from them in the early portions of their schedule.
55.
It was the case for Willie Borland yesterday because he registered his best statistical performance in his first match,
93.
which was in Game 3 against Colin Osborne, averaging 91.45. As for Norris, his best this week is just shy of 95.
125.
You and I both know, Henry, that he can play much better than that, but it's easy for us to say that he
59.
can. He has to go and do it.
Now, I have been on dog watch with Alan Norris.
140.
We were talking yesterday, of course, about
Babsy.
exactly Babsy's
100.
not in the building, but Babsy's in the vicinity.
I wonder if he named that dog after Barbara
100.
Windsor.
Will he require
She
150?
was called Babs, wasn't she?
43.
Oh, that's a bit
Will he
erratic
require
from Willie.
81.
And you do get that from him every now and again. Norris needs the bull.
56.
Casts a shadow,
Will he require
over the centre.
107?
meaning a third consecutive break of throw might not happen.
Possibility Borland can turn this game on a pinhead here, but he's missed the big number, the ultimate first dark crime.
25.
And so Norris is
And he
back for
requires
25.
25.
For a third consecutive break, we can officially call it a breakathlon if it goes. And double 10 is what he wants.
15.
Well, Borland should
Will he
be looking at
require
something less
82?
than 82 here.
Game
Well, 82
shot
he
the third
gets
leg.
in the best
Willie
possible
Borland.
way. I told you he was erratic. That really was
Fourth leg, it's
A
Alan to
very
throw first.
scratchy
Game on.
approach to 82, but then he made that look really simple. I assure you it isn't. But every leg that Willie takes like that today, it's chipping away at
85.
everybody else's strength.
That was like a Kenny Everett checkout done in the best possible taste.
140.
He was way before you were born. How do you know about Kenny Everett?
Because people think I look like Kenny Everett.
You don't. Moving on.
59.
There is a picture that says otherwise, but hey ho.
You don't. I grew up watching Kenny Everett. You look nothing like him.
100.
That's like saying Alan Norris looks like Chuck Norris. He doesn't. It's just a play on names.
81.
Such an appealing action has Willie.
45.
Free-flowing, quick. That early release point, a very compact action. Very easy to watch him play
93.
darts. But he's a bit like watching your favourite football team at times.
85.
He makes the game look so easy, but when he plays this erratic stuff that you see from him now and again, it's infuriating. You think he should be so much better. And without casting dispersions
45.
his way,
Will he record 131?
he should be better than he is. I think it's right there in front of him. Well, that's 78 scored. I believe he's left 53. And I think that's a smart play. He was worried about his own flight.
138.
So he decided to leave double 18 instead via the 17, which was an open single bed. Well, that was fascinating. He went treble 16 on 138. Can't say I've seen
52.
that before.
Will he require
Every day's a
36?
school day here at the Super Series.
Games on the fourth
3-1 to Borland.
Willie Borland.
He's too strong. Norris just can't find what he needs.
Fifth leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game
This is what Friday is all about in Group C and Group B. There is a degree of urgency that you need to play with. But you're always running out of matches. Norris loses
60.
this. The best he can do is 12 points in the table, which is exactly where Borland is going.
Where
have we seen this before?
We're going back in time. We're heading back to the halcyon days of December 2021.
141.
141 for Borland.
He thought about it for a second. There you see. It was on his mind.
57.
Had he hit that 9-darter, I'm sure the celebration wouldn't have been the same.
Well, there wouldn't be enough space on the stage to have done it, and he wanted to do it.
Oh, come on. You saw his celebration at Ali Pali when he hit that 140
57.
plus check out.
Will he require 84?
It's like he was Archie Gemmell in the late 70s. Single 20 for tops to get this one done and to be inching closer to qualification. Oh!
No score.
Well, that's the one thing you don't want to do.
And so back to the start, or as they like to say in the pantomime, well, we'll have to do it again then, won't
140.
we?
Will he require
Borland 84 for the match.
Bullseye.
59. And you record 144.
It was perfect at the start of the leg. It's all gotten a bit scrappy. One match start missed.
58. Will he require
Needs
25?
to complete the job by 4 legs to 1, and it would mean that he'd be 6 from 6 at the top of the
9.
pile, but it doesn't go, and so Norris
you
comes
require
back
86.
to save the match on 86.
Game show on the
Match
fifth
saved.
leg. Alan Norris.
That 86 check out, just as good as the 82 we saw from Borland earlier.
Sixth leg, it's Alan to throw
How does
first.
Willie
Game
react to that? He should be walking back to the practice room right now with 2 points in the bag and a big smile on his face.
100.
He isn't. He's still got more work to do. It's a bit like your boss saying, it's not quitting time yet. You've still got another hour to do on that bricklaying.
93.
The adrenaline levels are actually similar to that. When somebody tells you you're not finished yet. You ever get a personal trainer and they say to you, come on,
45.
3 more reps. And then when you've done your 3, they say, no, I want another 5 out of you. Testing yourself.
59.
You don't want to have to test yourself in this environment. You want to get the job done as soon as possible.
And if Borland does win this game, he will lay down the foundations. He'll be 6 points clear of anybody else in the field ahead of Campbell and Payne, jousting it out amongst one another in the next one.
60.
He's closing in. And closing in with his third max of the match.
That's his 11th of the week. That's a tremendous total when you consider this is day 5 for Alan Norris. He's got 12 for the week. Willie Borland has almost equalised Norris's 180 total in 6 games. And this is Norris's 21st.
Well, Borland looking to move on to 12 points in the group.
Well, he requires 71.
And it would really condemn Alan Norris's hopes of progression. And so it's a dart at top to seal the deal for Willie Borland, who makes it 6 of the best as he tops Group C and has a 6-point margin at the top of the table as he deposes of Alan Norris by 4 legs to 2 with 3 maxes in there, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. It's a steady enough start for Willie Borland, who beats Alan Norris by 4 legs to 2.
Well, that was a really interesting start for Willie Borland, and a very good one at that. Because not only has he swollen his points total to 12 now, his leg difference has gone to plus 15. Norris has gone in the other direction, which, in a funny sort of way, it's good for both players here in Game 2, because we start our Friday session with Scott Campbell and Ben Payne equalised on 6 points, courtesy of this man yesterday, the 34-year-old from Aberdeen, registering the first ton-plus average of the entire week. So 103.66, his personal best here, whereas Ben from Uckfield in East Sussex will be looking to keep pace in the top 2. It's going to be a really interesting day, Henry.
A day where both players now have a bit of expectation on the shoulders. And Ben Payne's learning the first lesson of televised darts. Let's keep the sponsors happy. Let's make sure the sponsor straps are on.
Yesterday, he was impressive for me. I didn't really know what to expect from Ben. But we can't ignore the fact, if we look at the pattern of play from yesterday,
43.
It started well. but it did fall away with each and every game. That can't happen today if he's going to make the top
58.
2. His endurance has got to be better. His sharpness mentally and physically will have to be just a little bit more on the precise side. Whereas Campbell saved his
81.
best for last. And that might be a pretty good thing to do, considering his last game against Johnny Haynes might be a game that he
44.
needs to win to make the top 2. Long way to go before we get there, though.
There'll be plenty of I's dotted and plenty of T's crossed before we get to that particular juncture.
100.
Oh, Scott running repair, dropping a flight in amongst all of that.
Sometimes when players have got flights in those stems, it's a personal choice, actually.
100.
A lot of technology these days that keep the flight in place. But there are still players out there who do not like the flights to be fixed in the stem. They like to have them a little bit loose. It means that if they deflect against each other, it pops out. I used to be like that
59.
until Mervyn King had a word with me and said, "Can you make sure your flights don't pop out? It's annoying." So I said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll change that."
44.
True story. Question for you, Henry. I said it was the case at the top of the show, but now, is it 4 players running for that last spot? Because it looks like Borland's in the wind.
I think Borland's there. I think Borland's pretty much there. You'd sense he's going to get a
41.
couple of wins he'd need to mathematically assure himself of it. And this is where it's such an interesting component with the two Davisons going toe-to-toe with each other in the first
57.
game of their day. Because we'll see how the loser reacts towards it, because then there's going to be a little bit of jeopardy, especially if Osborne can beat Haynes. Now, Johnny Haynes could be the worst possible spoiler you could ask for here at the Super Series. He's got absolutely nothing to lose going into today, but we also know that if he can provide something, he can throw in something quite good, and he's the type of player that with no pressure on his shoulders can do that.
Precisely. But the problem for the chasing pack behind these two is that
100.
one of these guys is going to make
Scott
8 points
54.
at the culmination of this match. Meaning there is a 4-point gap between Norris and Osborne and the person who gets there.
Game shot on the
He's
first
at it
egg.
again.
Scott Campbell.
Really good doubling against Ben yesterday. 4 hits from 5.
Second against Ben to throw first.
We
Game
put the two
on.
matches together so far. 5 from 6. That's not bad at all.
177.
It's not a bad start to leg 2. He started his entire televised career with a 180. Nobody can ever take that away from him.
81.
He is going to be back no matter what happens today, Ben Payne, to play in the ADC belt match. The Undisputed Series is going to take on Richard North for the Southeastern London title. Richard, who'll feel like he had a
99.
night of 2 halves in the end in Group B.
Yeah, very fair statement. Good first half. Second half, nowhere near as good. I thought Group B last night was fantastic. Really unpredictable.
60.
But in the end, we do have definitive favourites in that group.
I was speaking to one of our crew on the way back to the car park last night, and
57.
we were just saying that it was one of those sessions. Even though there wasn't an average that completely stood out, there was nothing that was poor at the same time. They both every player kind of played within themselves, and it gave us a good quality standard last
140.
night across the board.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair statement. I think especially Wesley Harms can pat
100.
himself on the back. From a great height, of course, because he's very tall. But he was remarkably consistent last night. And that's something that we'll talk about from 10 o'clock tonight on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The range of his highest average to his lowest average last
and he
night was
requires
tiny.
68.
And that told you that he was very consistent. Bullseye for Ben.
43.
Line was spot on.
Scott, you require
But it's a
145.
bonus for Scott. A bonus chance, that is. Lovely first start. He gets a chance at tops for 2-0. Visually trying to compose himself.
105.
How close was that?
And you require 25.
Nudged above the wire, and so Payne back for 1-1. 2 at double 8 to level this game up.
Game shot on
That
the
is a
second
remarkable
leg.
dart.
Ben Payne.
You don't see a lot of lefties going for the left-hand side of the board. It's just something that is part
Could I
of the
get
game.
Scott to throw
Left-handers like
first?
tops, 12s and 10s.
Game on.
But that shot at double 8, that was remarkable. Great shot from Ben, who was trying to stay within the sights of Scott, who has the darts this time around. And that makes yesterday's victory against
60.
Ben by 4 legs to 0 even more impressive. The fact that Scott did not have the darts.
Now, I don't want to make you feel like an outsider here, Paul, but 2 left-handed players,
60.
a left-handed referee, left-handed commentator. You're the only righty around here.
It's okay, Henry. I've always been a one-off.
And we wouldn't have you any other way.
180.
We wouldn't have that any other way, that's for sure. Campbell with his first 180 of the day to add to a very
100.
tidy total of 8 from yesterday. Nobody can keep up with Steve West this week, though. He's got the most 180s of anybody. But here's a strange one ahead of tonight's play.
60.
27 180s for Steve West in Group A. Last night, he had 2. So, yes, he had a pretty decent night, but his 180s weren't there.
55.
Uncharacteristically, Steve.
Now, the 180s in this group yesterday belonged to the Scots. Best individual totals came from Boland and Campbell.
66.
But then again, you do get a lot of 180s from certain Scottish players. Gary Anderson, of course, always noted as a 180 hitter. Jockey Wilson was too. And not forgetting
47.
Alan Suter.
Scott, your record
When he gets going on the
135.
180s, he's biblically good.
No, then to retake the lead at 2-1.
Now, was he going 19s? Because he was thinking about getting a 95 shot to leave tops. The shot here is 16. I like the way he's thinking.
95.
I've been very impressed with Scott the last 25 hours. But every game he plays,
44.
he impresses me just a little bit
Scott, you
more
require 40.
with the way he thinks. If he executes, he impresses everybody.
Double 10 for the execution. But he
20.
can't
can't put the Payne guillotine down. But he is going to come back.
Yeah, Ben's not getting the same start today that he did yesterday. He's going to keep pace. He's got to do this at the start of legs, not the end.
71. Scott, you require 20.
Pressure
Game shot on the
applied, but it
third
doesn't
leg.
work.
Scott Campbell.
And Campbell takes the lead again. We have seen quite a few Scottish players here at the MODUS Super Series over the years.
Fourth leg, it's Ben to throw first.
Jim McEwen,
Game on.
fabulous player. Darren Beveridge, likes of Greg Ritchie,
60.
Jamie Clark, Sean McDonald. If I've missed your name out, I do apologise. I am thinking off the top of my head.
Now let me ask you a question.
Okay, fire away.
Best Scottish player without a tour card, Andy Bolton or John Henderson?
180.
Are you trying to cause a fight, Henry? Because that's not a fair question.
100.
I like them both, and I don't mean to be sitting on the fence here, but this is the fairest answer I can give. They've both got the same amount of ranked PDC titles. I know John Henderson's got a World Cup, but I'd put them very close together.
100.
If I was forced to go one or the other, I have to go to Hendo. because he's won a World Cup. That's the only reason. But I do believe
57.
Andy is incredibly dangerous. And they're both winners of the Portland Open, which is one of my favourite tournaments away from any kind of action like this. And it celebrated its 25th anniversary in the last couple of weeks, so congratulations to everybody up in
51.
Culloden, near where it's held, and to organiser Gordy Morrison, who's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting dynamic. Look, the best Dutch player at the minute without a tour card is Barry van Peer.
100.
But then you can make
So
arguments
require
about English players who are playing the
170.
best without a tour card, Scottish players, other nationalities, as Campbell goes to the fish.
$58.
Well, Luke Littler's not part of that argument anymore because he's got a tour card, technically.
Yeah, let's not bring up that conversation of the week Steve West is playing.
You brought it up.
I know I did, and I'm instantly regretting it.
42. Scott, you require
It's okay, you can talk to
112.
Steve later and get his answer. Campbell for 3-1. This shot is way more doable than 142. Especially now. That's a wonderful shot.
80. Betty require 142.
More often than not, he's back. And he will come back.
100.
Seems to be putting
Scott, you
pressure
require
on
32.
when the time is there, but it always feels like Ben is a visit behind, whether it's with the darts or against.
Game shot on the fourth
Simply
leg.
put, Scott Campbell is
Scott
playing
Campbell.
better than Ben Payne right now, and the averages tell you that story as well.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw
It's roughly
first.
20 points
Game on.
down on yesterday, but only very rarely do averages save your bacon. And funnily enough, it happened this week because we had
60.
Wesley Harms and Steve West in Group A on 18 points, the same leg difference, the same legs won. And it was their averages that separated them in their league position.
132.
Averages are just a guide, but also handy to keep ticking along. And I suppose the issue as far as Ben Payne is concerned here is he started off so well yesterday, had that 91 average in his opener, but then progressive his averages every single time. Going into today, he doesn't want to make that a trend that continues.
180.
3 maximums in the game now for Scott Campbell. And he averaged over 87 for the day yesterday. He had 28% on doubles.
140.
This is about 10% better than that. If you want a little indication as to how dangerous Scott Campbell could be today, he averaged more than the perfect Willie Borland on Thursday. He may be ready to pop more times than one
60.
from yesterday. This is a good enough performance so far, but there's definitely more in the locker.
So Payne can only hit and hope that the setup play for Campbell isn't
85.
up to scratch. But he leaves himself on a finish on 144, but it could have and should have been much more makeable.
Should have switched on that last dart for me. He gets a single 19. He leaves 130. You'd much rather leave that than 129.
60. Benny require 144.
To save the match. And now Campbell's coming back for 141 to win it.
It's a big ask.
58. Scott, you require 141.
Biggest finish that Campbell had yesterday was against Ben. It was 100 in 3 darts. This one's on, though. He's going the Getter and Price route. I think there's a lot of people
93.
starting to switch on a
Benny
141 by
require
going
86.
19s first. Because the B plan is getting 101 points to leave tops. I'm fully behind it, just like this.
72.
But now, 48 for the win.
Scott, you require
To
48.
get to 8 points, 4 points behind Borland, but most importantly, 2 points ahead of Payne in 3rd position.
But 7-7 leaves 9. And it
30.
moves on to the outside, and it gives perhaps
Then
Payne
require
another
14.
opportunity on 7-7.
That's already been hit in this leg by his opponent. That's what he can see.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That's what he
Ben
sees
Payne.
now. This game is not over yet.
Back to 3-2, and Payne
6th
does
leg,
have the
it's
darts
Ben
here
to throw first.
to send us all the way to a decider.
Early in the piece yesterday, Ben was particularly scrappy.
93.
I mean that in the best possible sense. He found a 4-3 win against Osborne in his second game, and then beat Johnny Haynes 4-2. Not with vintage stuff, but he
41.
was doing good things at the right times. Debut day averaged over 82. 33% on doubles, which is always acceptable. But
43.
you do just wonder, because you compare him to everybody else in this group, does he have another gear? You're going to win weeks like this, or even qualify for Saturday nights through a Group C scenario.
140.
I believe another gear is needed.
$26.
Visits like that need to be extinguished.
And if he finds many more bed and breakfasts, he may well be checking out of the competition. And it's just a little bit of a concern on the look of Ben's
60.
face if you just watch him in the background. And I suppose, as we mentioned, this is the difference from the free-flowing enjoyment of it. Sometimes the tension and anxiety can move into proceedings when you move into day two.
If sport didn't have performance anxiety, it wouldn't be anywhere near as exciting for the player
41.
and the watcher. Can you imagine watching darts like this and everybody's hitting 177s and 180s all the time? It'd be boring. Sometimes it's the misses and the shortcomings that make things so watchable. You can tell by the mannerisms of these two debutants this week that they are nervous. That getting this win is huge because they've got the same amount of points right now.
Well, it's the same reason why Danny
99.
Baker's Goals and
And
Gas
you've got
DVDs are so
132.
popular back in the 1990s, because people don't want to always watch perfection. People want to watch people go at it and go through the emotional mill.
92.
It's very good, but
Scotty
this is
require
another match-winning chance.
120.
Going to go for the ball. Or is he? He's decided against it. For now. He's not going to change his mind again. Gave it a good go.
43.
But that first start
Benny required
caused him all
40.
sorts of problems.
And Ben Payne
Payne
comes
on the
back for
6th leg.
tops
Ben
to
Payne.
send us to a decider.
This is
7th
where
and final leg. It's
beating
Scott to throw
Ben
first.
yesterday
Game
against the
on.
darts could pay dividends. Because it's a very different contest. Having the darts in this last leg decider could be so crucial.
So here we go then, leg
49.
7. Campbell getting us underway, dry visit. What can Payne do by way of response?
I'm sure there are plenty of Ben's mates
60.
from Sussex watching along, hoping that he's going to make Saturday night. And if he does, some of them might even turn up. You can still be here on Saturday night. Get yourself your smart device, scan that QR
66.
code, and find more information via that link. Or indeed, you could go to dartshop.tv to get more information that way.
Yeah, do join us.
57.
And remember, tomorrow night, it's a later start time of 8 o'clock in the evening. We're going to be getting the action underway from, and we'll be playing the group stage matches from there. And then we'll start the semi-finals at a slightly later time, 10:30. We're going to begin the semi-finals. We'll play both of them on
96.
Sporty Stuff TV all the way through to the final, where someone will become the 4th name through to Champions Week, joining Matt Clark, Darryl Pilgrim,
36.
and Moreno Michaels in Week 13's red carpet occasion at the back end of October, beginning of November.
Isn't it a yellow carpet occasion? We don't have any red carpets here. They're yellow.
It was all yellow.
100.
Oh, this is a very scrappy last leg, isn't it? But still, Campbell holds the advantage. Something enormous is needed from Ben, and it's not coming.
45.
The only bright side, if he loses this game 4-3, is that his legs difference is not going to be damaged too much. It currently stands at all square, whereas Campbell, if he can dispose of this 190 and 6 darts,
115.
he will swell his to +5. Needs to be big, it needs to be green, and it needs to be now.
95. Scott, your request.
But it doesn't
75.
happen. And so Campbell back for the match, looking at 75 to complete the job. Trays the other side of the wire.
He's got 69 left, and he doesn't have to go for the 19. Now it's got to be the 17, surely, unless he wants to use treble 9. It's worked out pretty
59.
well in the end.
Well, they say it doesn't matter how you get to your end destination, as long as you get there. When Scott Campbell may have gone round the houses, the A roads, the B roads, but has finally found himself
100.
at his final destination. But can
Scott,
he
your
cross the
request,
checkered flag
16.
against Ben Payne? Looking at double 8 to do exactly that.
Just don't give him a chance, Scott. That's what he'll be saying to himself. And he doesn't give him a shot at 108 to get the match won.
Scott Campbell.
It's Campbell who retains the second position, gets the better of the leg difference. He's now on +5 and 8 points. 77 average for Payne is a good 14 points down in his first performance yesterday. Campbell wins a scrappy one in game 2 by 4 legs to 3. A very warm welcome back to Portsmouth, where we will have the end of round 1 here in Group C on Friday afternoon. Colin Osborne has still got a decent shout of qualifying in the top 2 spots in this group. But Johnny Haynes, after 0 points on Thursday, his participation in Saturday is very doubtful, considering what the bookmakers have said this morning. 1,000 to 1 for him to win the group. You might think it's worth £1, but every likelihood says to me that Johnny Haynes will be going back to Swindon at the end of this session. We've got a change in the commentary box here for Game 3 and for the rest of the afternoon. I'm the asset Paul Nicholson, and this is LT
First
Laura
leg, it's
Turner.
Colin to throw
Yeah,
first.
thank you very much. Yeah, glad
Game
to be
on.
back. Yeah, and quite interested to see how today pans out. You know, quite a mixed bag yesterday, but really impressed with the likes of Scott Campbell, Ben Payne, who we haven't seen here before. So, yeah, as you say, though, I think I'm in agreement. Johnny Haynes has
100.
a real uphill struggle.
Does that make him the ideal person for the chasing pack to maybe do
100.
them some favours along the way?
Absolutely. If it, you know, Johnny's going to go up there, he's going to want to win. Obviously, everyone that goes up there just wants to prove why they are here at the MODUS Super Series, and I'm sure Johnny may
60.
still upset the apple cart slightly.
I think he's upset a few apple carts in his time, that's for sure. But let's try and analyse where things went wrong yesterday.
140.
He had 18 maximums in Group A this week in the first 3 days. That's a pretty good hit rate. That's more than one per game. Yesterday he had 2
100.
for the whole day. So that's one thing. Running average of just over 83. Sometimes that's not a bad thing because he actually averaged more
100.
than Ben Payne yesterday and got 6 fewer points. So maybe that's not an accurate thing to look at, but his doubles, 22%. I think that's where he lost most of his games.
Yeah, it's a combination of factors, isn't it? But I think with Johnny, even in that
100.
first section,
Johnny Rickon,
we saw him. It was
161.
definitely the business end of legs which let him down. Obviously, scoring's not normally his problem, but finishing legs and timing. People with this there
59.
behind, especially during the
Colin
first 3
Rickon,
days, to just sweep up
141.
and take the win.
1-4-1 for Colin for the first leg. We'll chat through his stats from yesterday. In the next leg.
105. Johnny Rickon,
Haynes
102.
needs a 3-darter to break the throat here in leg 1. That's a good start. And a very
Game
fine
shot in the
finish.
first leg. Johnny
Maybe the
Haynes.
first little bit of proof that the spoiler's name today is going to be the Punk.
I think he might have heard you there. It's
Second
very
against
efficient
Johnny to throw first.
finishing
Game
there from
on.
Johnny Haynes. Got that early break, but this is the leg. It's the hold. I've seen it often. Someone will find that break and
55.
throw, and then just when you can't hold your throw afterwards, it almost feels like a complete waste.
Well, Osborne yesterday got himself 4 points. Not his best
45.
daily campaign. But here's the strange thing about his statistics. I had to double check these this morning to make sure they were right. He had the highest running average yesterday of 89.48.
180.
And he had 6 fewer points than the league leader, Willie Borland. And then you add on top of that, he was 42% on doubles, which was better than
95.
anybody else. And you think, well, how did that happen?
I imagine Colin's probably thinking the same thing himself, but that's the strange thing about darts.
60.
There are so many intangible things when it comes to this sport. It's not black and white. This sport is very grey.
Quite often when you have someone with a high
100.
scoring percentage, quite often it's not the ton pluses, it's not the big hitting scores, it's those scores in between, converting an 85 instead of a 60, or getting a
60.
45 instead of an 80. That's really what can make the difference in these matches.
And with your experience, Laura, as well, you can understand being left on certain shots a lot and not getting a shot at doubles. That actually inflates your average too. So I think that's what happened to Colin yesterday.
146.
Yeah, averages are generally brought down by the missed doubles.
Just for a second there, I thought Johnny might have stayed on the 60.
138. Colin, you record 140.
Johnny finding a way once again to leave his arguably favourite double 4.
$60. Johnny
Regardless of what
8.
Johnny does, he's not going to beat Colin this week in the head-to-head. He's 3-1 down for the week. But this game could turn out to be cataclysmic for Osborne.
Game show on the
It's
second
turning
leg.
out to be that way.
Johnny Haynes.
3-1 up for the week, Osborne. how much he would
So look, it's
crave to be
Colin to throw
4-1 up
first.
and dispose of the punk going into Saturday. But here's the thing about Colin. I said this yesterday somewhat speculatively.
100.
It didn't get as much of a bite on social media as I thought. He's played the most games in the MODUS Super Series in its history. He's got 5 weekly wins.
180.
Is he the greatest of the lot?
Well, in terms of, I mean, he's got the longevity, and in terms of weekly wins, that's pretty impressive. But
140.
yeah, I think there's a few challenges to that crown that potentially haven't played quite as much as Colin.
Yeah, I think Luke Littler would have something to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got 2
140.
series titles, whereas Colin hasn't got any yet. But he did get really close because he lost in the final to Littler in Series 4. Johnny Haynes is going to be like a hedgehog in your underwear today. He's going to be so annoying.
I think I'd class hedgehog in my underwear as slightly more than annoying, but I get what you mean.
140.
He's thinking to himself right now because this is such a good performance. Where was this yesterday? He's on 41 after 9, and the amount of times yesterday he left himself on double top after 12. He either didn't get a shot or he messed it up. It's remarkable. But this already today is better than almost everything we've done this week so far.
47.
In terms of yesterday,
Johnny
Johnny Haynes got
41.
his best match against Colin Osborne. Ended up in a 4-2 defeat, but that was an 89 average.
Games on the third leg.
That finish
Johnny
there
Haynes.
leaves Johnny Haynes averaging just over 102. I should say, best performance so far.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
The wizard is
Game
in
on.
the dust of the punk right now. Did you manage to catch the... And I know that's a bit of a pun intended.
140.
But did you manage to catch Colin's catch yesterday?
Yes, and your reaction was wonderful.
Oh, my. I still don't know how he did it. He might be a wizard after all, but I do have to
95.
emphasize to everybody who's playing at home, do not try that. He is a qualified professional.
Leave it to the pros.
Let them hit the floor away from your feet.
100.
That is what you're supposed to do. It's genuinely one of the most impressive things I've seen in a trick sense here at the MODUS Super
58.
Series. I've been wanting to ask you this for a good couple of weeks now, Laura. You live fairly close to Daryl Pilgrim. He's from your
100.
kind of area. How impressed were you with him in week 2?
Yeah, he's just really found some amazing form at the moment, not just here at the Super Series, but we've seen him on the Pro Tour and the
85.
PDC as well, and the Challenge Tour.
61.
Very, very impressive. I think there's more to come from Daryl Pilgrim.
Is there more to come from Osborne? This might just
60.
be a 4-leg match. We didn't get a great deal of 4-0 victories yesterday. We had 4 of them, but it just didn't feel like there was a great deal of dominance out there
Johnny
yesterday
require
afternoon. It was
101.
very attritional at times. The shot's on, but now the shot's off.
57.
Osborne has got to arrest this
Only
slide
require
fast.
140.
Otherwise, his leg difference is going to plummet.
Yeah, and just more frustration there for Colin Osborne. Opens the door here for Johnny Haynes. 44 left for a 4-0 victory.
60. Johnny require
You like
44.
Motown music, Laura?
My favourite.
4 tops. Double 10.
34.
Chances missed for the match.
Colin, you require 80.
We've seen people come back from these kind of deficits. But you can't win the last leg decider unless you get the building blocks first.
60.
Foundations aren't there.
Johnny required 10.
Splits it for that double 4. And he really does like it, doesn't he? That's a 4-0 victory for Johnny Haynes. And that causes Colin a lot of problems. His leg difference will go to -2 now. And Haynes gets his first win of the group in very fine fashion. His average actually came down by 10 points in that last leg, but still, it's very good from Johnny. When we come back, we will start round 2 and we will survey the table.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth to this, the MODUS Super Series, with 3 games down on our Friday action here on the South Coast. This is what we've seen so far. Wins for Willie Borden, Scott Campbell and Johnny Haynes to kickstart the Friday campaign. So as far as the league table is concerned, Johnny Haynes has got off the board with that 4-0 win against Osborne. As for Borland, well, he is 4 points clear at the top of the table from Scott Campbell, 6 clear of Ben Payne. A victory here for Borland against his opponent now would mean that that advantage at the top of the table from third would stretch to 8 points, and he put himself in a really good position. So let's get into the action and hand over to Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Just like that, round 2 starts, and everything seems to be going the way of Willie Borland so far in this group. We've just seen Johnny Haynes, who didn't manage a win in his first 5 games, get his first points.
Ben through first. Game on.
Is there a chance here that Ben Payne could inflict the first defeat on Borland?
100.
Or will it just be a procession of dominance over the next 4 matches for Willie?
Yeah, I mean, the way that Ben has played,
100.
you know, any result, to me, still, any result with these players is possible. I think with Willie Borland, he's just that level of experience that he's got. He's played on big stages. He's done big things on big stages. I think, you know, that will just carry him through.
85.
Do you think Borland needs that intensity in his game to get the best out of himself? And if so,
100.
how does he manufacture that intensity even if he qualifies well before the end of play?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's so relaxed and so natural, but I totally understand what you mean. I think you do see Willie perform best when he is under that bit of pressure, when he has got his back against the wall.
140.
I think it's down for the other guys to kind of push that bit harder to see what if Willie Borland has actually got that extra gear that we're used to seeing. Because I don't think we've seen him in top gear yet, even though he is sat quite comfortably at the top of the table.
No, I completely agree. He's nowhere near his best yet.
36.
Let's
Will
see
he
if he
require
can find a little bit of his
122?
best to take this first leg. Double 7.
No
And
score.
he busts the lot.
Then you require
How ironic
32.
that he's hit the double that Ben actually needs.
Yeah, has he shown him the way?
Game
He
shot in the
has.
first leg. Ben Payne.
Like that song, isn't it? Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Well, you don't want to be tired at this point because you've still got 4 runs of
Second leg
play
is
to
Willie
go.
to throw first.
I guess the other way of looking at it from Willie Borland's perspective is
96.
he isn't playing at his utmost best. He has got levels and gears that he can go through, but he has still been so dominant over the rest of the field.
123.
Yeah, it's quite a scary prospect when you think about it. You've got someone like Johnny Haynes who's got a really high ceiling,
41.
who's at the bottom of the table, and yet you've got Willie Borland at the other end of the spectrum. Hasn't really broken a sweat yet. And he's still in a commanding
85.
position. Now, Henry and I said at the top of the show that if Willie wins his first couple of games, he looks pretty safe.
180.
The fact of the matter is, if he wins this game and keeps Ben on 6 points,
83.
and then Scott Campbell loses to Colin Osborne, he is safe. 'Cause that gap will be
136.
too wide with games running out.
It'll be interesting to see how the players actually react because, as you say,
122. Will he
time
require
is running out.
48?
Day one, you do feel like you can come back the next day. Nasty slip into the 7 there for
16.
Willie Borland.
Then you require 88.
This time, when he actually wants 32, not able to find it. It becomes more intense, doesn't it, as the morning goes on in this second session of Group B.
63.
Indeed.
Will he require
Hotspot not
32?
found by Ben.
Game
Willie
shot in the
does find the
second leg.
32 bed this
Willie
time. And
Borland.
there is that little gesticulation of intensity that sometimes he really does need.
Third leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
I think the key to playing in this kind of environment, and indeed any environment, is finding out what kind of a player you
60.
Are you someone who likes to play relaxed? Do you need a little bit of an oomph, or do you need a lot of it? We said
96.
for quite a long time that we thought that one of the best players of this generation needed intensity to play
81.
anywhere near their best. That's Gerwin Price. The other one being Michael van Gerwen. It seemed like he needed that oomph about him.
96.
But to be a great player these days, and it's the same here at the MODUS Super Series, you've got to have 2 games. You've got to be able to play it when it's empty
57.
and when it's full, which means you've got to be able to play it somewhat placid and hyped up.
58.
Yeah, and I do think for anyone that's perhaps played on the Pro Tour, obviously there's no audience there and the caliber is unbelievably high. That's kind of
97.
somewhere where you, that and the Challenge Tour, somewhere where you can kind of hone those skills in because there is no audience. As I
96.
just say, not everyone can find their best darts in that kind of environment. It's something you've got to learn.
And Willie Borland does have that
100.
experience
Will he
of
record
playing things like
155?
Challenge Tour, like Pro Tour darts in library-style atmospheres.
99.
So this will
Then he
feel-
require 106.
Remarkably similar, whereas Ben is making his debut in this kind of environment against
53.
seasoned
Will he require
talent. This is the biggest
56?
thing that's ever happened to him before. Is he behind?
Game shot in
He
the
is.
third leg. Willie Borland.
He's just going for the throat, is Willie right now, but he's that kind of player. I overheard him
Well, against
talking about
Willie
something in
to
the
throw
practice room
first.
this morning. I'll be really interested to get your take on this. He was talking to Alan Norris and the other guys in the
93.
practice room about the Scotland national team. And he is of a firm belief that if Scotland was to field all of their best players
180.
in a 12-man squad, they would be the best in the world.
59.
Now, I'm saying this sat right next to an England international. I'm really interested to get your thoughts on that.
97.
Is this current players or is
Oh, he was talking about Hendo and Gary Anderson and Peter Wright, and he actually put himself in the
100.
team.
of course, why wouldn't he?
Well done, Willie.
Yeah, it would be tight. But yeah, for me, Michael Smith.
68.
Rob Cross. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, no.
99.
I'm going to be Team
And we're
England.
going
I'm only
56.
saying that because I know there's an England-Scotland football match coming up. Just trying to temper it before things get a little crazy.
60.
Well, things will
Will he
go crazy
require
if Boland
150?
takes the equivalent of 3 bullseyes.
84.
That's one thing
and
we
he require
haven't
96.
seen, actually. Somebody do here, which is the 3 bullseye finish.
Game shot on
Ben
the
does get the
fourth.
96. That's a lovely
Ben
check
Payne.
out, isn't it? It's always such a sweet feeling when you get that 2.96. And that's his best finish
Fifth
of the
leg, it's
week.
Ben to throw
'Cause
first.
yesterday, 76 was his best.
Game on.
Yeah, significantly in this race to 4. Undone that break of throw from Willie Borland. So now back on with the darts.
60.
Can Ben push on?
Ben will be hoping it's not one of those days where he gets really close to his
57.
opponents, but ultimately doesn't get any points. He was close to Scott Campbell in that second game of the session, but ultimately walked away with no points.
100.
It's the first metric we grade people on. You could have 105 average for the day, but if you've got no points, it doesn't matter.
As you mentioned earlier,
43.
Colin Osborne's probably that testing point highest statistically. But unfortunately, didn't convert them into those winning points.
123.
Saying yesterday that Ben's actually from an area of Sussex that I know really well. I used to live near Uckfield.
180.
You know much about Uckfield?
Not a great deal.
It's the end of the line when you go from East Croydon towards the coast on the other side of Brighton. Beautiful part of the world.
22.
I said to Henry yesterday, and he couldn't believe I knew this fact, but that's the last place that Lord Lucan was seen.
Was it really?
I
57.
need to get a better fact in Uckfield. That one's a bit old. But they used to have a very famous musician live in Uckfield as well.
96. Will he
You
require
have a couple of legs to try
164.
and figure out who it is.
40. Then you require 100.
Yeah, well, that last visit there left then on 100. Let him take out 96 earlier. Can he do a ton? Goes tops. Needs another one.
Game
And
shot
this
the
is some
fifth leg.
superb finishing
Ben
from Ben
Payne.
Payne. Now just one leg. Beating Willie Borland, who, as we said before, has been unbeatable
Sixth
so
leg is
far.
Willie to throw first. Game on.
There you go. Ben Payne lifting
100.
his level from 77 in his first game to 88 here. And that is purely because he's scoring steadily
45.
and doubling excellently. That 100 checkout, coupled with that 96 in the previous leg,
85.
it's better than anything he did yesterday, twofold.
96.
This really will throw the cat amongst the pigeons if Boland loses this one.
84.
And from what we were discussing earlier, it'll be interesting to see how Willie Borland deals with this, because now he is under a bit of pressure. Will he be able to raise the levels? Because 83, as we know, is
123.
below what we've seen him perform at when he is at his best.
I've never asked you this question, Laura, but do you have a great deal
65.
of experience when it comes to group play like this? Or is the predominant women's series action and other stuff that you play knockout darts?
Yeah, predominantly it would be kind of just straight knockout match play. But
41. Will he require
we do have a tournament
167?
over in Switzerland that we play at. That is done as a no, that's done as set play. That's one of the other ones at set play. But yeah, round robin's just
131.
not something unless we go local league, and that's where you'll see them more.
40.
The reason I asked that
Will
question
he
is
require
because
36?
we do look to Willie Borland to see how he could potentially behave if he loses a match.
18.
And he could lose it.
And you require 156.
Like we said, he's been setting personal bests for finishes. Is he going up a notch? That is very unfortunate.
100.
You give that every
Will he
chance.
require 18.
Quite funny. I pulled the same face as Ben when he missed that. But double 4 here for Borland,
14.
and now a huge
And you
opportunity for
require
Ben Payne.
56.
Just to clear things up, Laura Turner did not make that face when Willie Borland missed that double 4. What face has he got?
46.
It's one of relief right now
Will he
because the game
require
is still
4?
alive.
Game
Here
shot
it
on the
goes.
sixth egg. Willie Borland.
He's having a real word with that board. It's not the board's fault, Willie.
Seventh
don't
and
do a
final leg.
Colin
It's
Lloyd.
Ben to throw first. Game on.
It's not the board's fault. Remember, bad work person blames their tools. Look at him in the background. It's like
100.
someone's nicked his can of iron brew.
He's intent. What will we see from him?
121.
I think it's more to do with the fact he just doesn't want to lose. He wants to have this streak. And funnily enough, when you talk
83.
about winning streaks in the MODUS Super Series, they are bossed by Scots.
99.
15-game winning streak was the record for Sean McDonald a good couple of years ago. That was beaten by Jim McEwen.
123.
It is still the best at 16 straight matches.
140.
And this is what we were talking about. Payne just holding on here, but really Borland's found that other gear.
129.
Well, 3 bits of lipstick there for Ben.
141.
One of them is a very small piece.
93. Then he
This
requires
is a really
66.
big visit. It is double four.
62.
And I think he was caught
They
unawares
require
there.
48.
I don't think he wanted to leave double four. Is he going to get his pocket pinched?
Game shot and the match.
Willie Borland
Willie
is very
Borland.
close to Saturday night now. He survives that game, but yet again, Ben Payne, this time who had match darts, he loses again by 4 legs to 3, but it was a great contest, full of good doubling. That 100 checkout with 2 double tops was really good, but ultimately, it's Borland who stays undefeated.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
We do indeed hope you can join us on a Saturday night sometime soon, even tomorrow, because now we can confirm alongside Conan Whitehead, the winner of Group A, he's got company because Willie Borland has made it. He hasn't won the group yet, but he has assured us that he's going to be in the top 2 of Group C after 4 matches. And now he's got 3 games to go to not just solidify the top spot in the group, but to cause problems for everybody else
First leg,
chasing
it's
him.
Alan to throw first. Game on.
It's a really good job, isn't it, Laura, when you win your first 7 games in a group and you've taken the pressure off the last 3 games, but do you get the feeling that
45.
with his intensity, he'll want to win all 10 games?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be happy until he just completely railroads out everybody. And to be fair, that was a close run thing. Ben was unlucky. Did miss match darts.
135.
Willie Borland just showing he can find a way.
And Norris is back at the Oki now, and
96.
his participation in Saturday is hanging by a thread. It's now a 4-person race, you feel. Or is it a 5-person race?
60.
Johnny Haynes has got himself in the reckoning. He'll probably have to win all 5 today and get all the results to go his way. But somebody's got to get that second spot.
140.
At the start of this group, Laura, I said I fancy Osborne and Haynes. They're both in the bottom half at the minute, so it's not making me look like a genius.
100.
It's difficult, isn't it, when people come in that haven't played in this kind of environment before, on the stage, in front of cameras. You know, they are the unknown quantity, but I say Scott Campbell, Ben Payne, been very impressive.
140.
They're in second and third.
What do you make of this dart shirt of Johnny Haynes then? It almost looks like an old movie.
It's a very unusual colour.
Yeah, I think in photography terms it's called
60.
sepia.
Alan, you require 80.
Half expecting a really early version of Mickey Mouse to walk by. Ooh, Alan, feeling frisky.
Game shot in the first leg.
I like it.
Alan Norris.
But Alan Norris has got this thing that he's just, you know, he's impervious to anything that Johnny Haynes
Second
will
leg
throw
is
at
Johnny
him
to throw
anyway. So
first.
it doesn't really matter what happens here because Alan Norris is going to win.
Absolutely. There are no guarantees in darts, but when Johnny Haynes sees those 2 double tops go in, he has this sinking feeling of someone who's just jumped off a bungee bridge.
Here we go again.
4 games this week, 4 wins for
93.
Norris, and it's all to do with this shirt, apparently. And our reliable sources tell us that today Johnny is wearing this shirt
60.
in direct competition to Alan playing in a shirt that apparently beats Johnny Haynes.
Okay, so this is not a battle between 2 dart players. It's which
100.
shirt carries the most weight, the
Yeah.
most impact.
This is a bit more like Andy Fordham's walk on track. It's on the catwalk. On the catwalk, yeah.
125.
Such a strange game at times, mentally. Because if you were to offer Alan
98.
Norris 15 games in Group A, 10 games in Group C, he'd probably say, well, can I just play Johnny Haynes 25 times?
Johnny might have something to say about it.
100.
He hasn't racked up a great deal of points this week, Alan, but he did play a very crafty game yesterday against Johnny. 89.64 the average
30.
and 50% on the doubles.
Johnny requires
It's not as if
93.
Johnny played poorly. He was with him statistically. Is he with him here after leg 2?
Game shot in the
I
second
think it's a
leg.
very different Johnny Haynes
Haynes
today, based on what we've seen in his game with Osborne. They know the crack. Look
Feel
at
like
the
it's Alan to throw
exchange of
first.
smiles. How much does Johnny want to beat him today?
Gosh, this feels like last chance saloon. They can't both go through, so this will be their last meeting this week.
140.
Can Johnny find a way of beating Alan Norris?
I always say it at the start of a week. Playing someone 5 times
98.
can be fun. But what's more fun than that? Playing them 6 times or even 7, because if it's 7, it means they're both in the final.
125.
Do you know about Alan's changing of the darts on stage? He likes to go from the somewhat bronze-coloured set to the natural tungsten set to
45.
even a different coloured set. I think he's got a blue set as well. But what do you make of him doing that?
Yeah, I mean, kind of draw a kind of parallel, can't
140.
you, with when we talk about Peter Wright, who completely changes his set when he does that on occasion. I just think for some people, it's that switch, isn't it? It's if it's not going well, I'm not necessarily saying he's blaming the equipment, but he's obviously not feeling comfortable with it. So he
60.
likes to make those changes
And
to
you
freshen
require
things up.
96.
But I don't know whether that is also a bit distracting for a player.
Good point.
Game shot.
Good shot. 12 darter for Alan Norris. Well, let me put this up for you. He's playing Johnny
against
Haynes.
Johnny to throw
He's averaging
first.
105 almost after 3 legs. And when he played Willie Borland,
40.
he was averaging more than 25 points less than this. Alan Norris must be Johnny Haynes' kryptonite.
36.
Don't start that, Alan. That's a slippery slope. You might go down to Richie Burnettsville doing follow-throughs like that.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times this week from Alan Norris. Not
140.
quite to the level and the amount that we see from Richie Burnett, but I've seen it with Alan. He can go out of the trap so quickly. As you say, he was averaging 104. It's just dipped below 100 there. And
Well, we sincerely hope he hasn't tweaked something. That follow-through was worrying.
43.
gone to the table, as you suggested earlier. Really not happy with those first 2 throws, so trying something different.
That's a better line. I'm not looking at the darter, I'm looking at his
140.
face to see what kind of discomfort he's got. He's still got to play 3.5 more matches.
100.
Whereas Johnny Haynes, when he throws, it's like tossing leaves around the field. It just looks easy.
100.
We've all got those players, haven't we, that you kind of face on a regular basis. What about you? Have you got one of those bogey players?
I've got a few.
I've got a list, but yeah.
I've got 3 at the
98.
top of my list. One was Raymond van Barneveld. I couldn't beat him in a ranked event, but I would destroy him in exhibitions. Steve Lennon, really weirdly.
60.
And Andrew Gilding.
Johnny require 80.
Couldn't beat any of them. But then again, me against Ross Smith, that was a guaranteed win. And that looks
60.
great these days. Because I'll probably never play him
And
again.
you require 160.
We'll get into yours in a second because Alan Norris has got 160 here. Best finish yesterday was 77.
45.
Things are starting to fall
Johnny
apart.
required
Maybe Johnny
20.
Haynes is starting to sense a bit of weakness here.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
That's a beautiful double
Johnny
10.
Haynes.
And we get a little bit of Alan Norris calisthenics there. Please join in at home
5th leg,
if you
it's
wish.
Alan to throw first.
Come on,
Game.
Laura. Who's your bogey player?
The list is long. I mean, although I have found some wins, or a win recently, I think when we played last, Aileen de Graaf for me.
100.
My first ever televised event, I had Aileen, lost to her there. Lost to her at the PDC Women's Match Play, and quite regularly on the floor.
60.
Yeah, I think everyone's bogey player would probably be Bo Greaves at the moment. I don't know if that counts because she just beats pretty much everyone she
Oh, it
comes
counts. It definitely counts. We could have said the same about Phil Taylor.
60.
On the flip side of it, who's in your pocket?
I don't know if anyone really is. I think the level that I'm playing, especially at the moment, it's just
95.
and how the game has just gone on so much. I'll have to think about it. Come back to me.
We'll come back to you on that one. It looks a bit more comfortable for Alan now. Maybe that little bit of
44.
arm movement has just freed something up. So watch out for him doing that for the rest of the afternoon. It's actually not a bad thing to do. I was speaking to a lot of young players recently, and I was saying that
81.
most dart players actually don't warm up properly. They don't warm up their wrists and their shoulders and their elbows. It's something where you need to get fluid into the body because this is a particularly violent movement for a lot of players.
95.
Like I've been harping on about for the last year. I think we are on the cusp of a big revolution in recovery when it comes to dart players as well, because I'm starting to see
60.
dart players going in the gym after tournaments and using resistance bands to make sure they're not getting repetitive strain injuries. That's the kind of sport we've got on our hands now.
Yeah, I will say, it was some of the best
42.
darts ever played. I did yoga for a year, and just the breathing techniques, plus that kind of, like you say, resistance exercising. I produced some of my best ever games.
60.
Yeah, you're preaching to the converted.
Alan, you
Yeah, I've done
require
yoga for 20 years
160.
this year. I could talk about that for hours. This is a good effort so far. Another one for Alan. That's quite unfortunate. That would have looked very good in the air.
$90. Johnny require
I've got a great question for you in the
145.
next leg, in fact. It's just come to me. Let's see what Johnny does with a 145, though. It's on.
129.
It could barely be split
And it
yesterday
requires 70.
in game 11. It's very tight again. Double top.
Game
There
shot
he
of
is.
fifth leg.
Alan Kryptonite
Alan
Norris gets a 3-2 lead. Whether he's 100% or not, it clearly doesn't matter against this guy.
Sixth leg is Johnny to throw first.
Somebody called a chiropractor. He might need one. You got a favourite yoga pose?
81.
Because some of them, believe it or not, are named, well, they're not named after dart players, but there are some of the poses have the same nicknames as dart players.
140.
Actually, one of them would have been that whole kind of routine around the warrior pose, which is
Where's Newton?
obviously a darts nickname. Yeah, and also, and this is definitely not
180.
a dart player's nickname, but child's pose. I think it's really great to stretch out the back, lean forward. Yeah, I'm waiting to meet the dart player that comes on as a downward-facing dog.
135.
I live for that day. But believe it or not, one of the yoga poses that was one of my favorites.
100.
It's called the pigeon. And there is a dart player called the pigeon. Mike van Dijvenbode. So there you go. You're getting a little bit of education here at the MODUS Super Series on a Friday afternoon alongside a great match here with Norris
82.
and
Johnny
Haynes.
require 140.
I just get the feeling the way Johnny Haynes' luck has gone when he's played Alan Norris, that Alan
43. Alan
could well
require
take out this 144.
144.
Ironically, Johnny Haynes' biggest finish yesterday was a 144. Okay, 62 leaves 82. That's a really good
104.
layup.
Johnny
Haynes
require
now knows
97.
this must be hit. Otherwise, he is looking at the exit door soon.
73.
That might be that
Alan, you require
for
40.
game number 5. The middle game in round 2 could be over. It had to be double
Game shot
5
and the
because for
match,
the week,
Alan
it's
Norris.
5-0 to Chuck. He loves that shirt, playing Johnny Haynes. And when Johnny leaves us, he's probably going to have nightmares about Chuck for the next couple of weeks. And maybe if he comes back, he's going to make sure that Alan Norris is not in his group. There you see the stats for that one. But yet again, Norris, brilliant on the outer ring at 50%. And he keeps his slim chances of making Saturday night very much alive, in fact. So when we come back, it will be the end of round 2, and it's a big game for Colin Osborne. He's taking on second-placed Scott Campbell. Well, this is game number 6, and it's a particularly important one for both players, but for very different reasons. If Scott Campbell was to win this match and go to 10 points, he would create a 6-point cushion over his opponent in this last match of round 2. And with only 3 games remaining, that does not bode well for the Wizard. In fact, it wouldn't bode well for Ben Payne or Alan Norris as well. So there are plenty of people in the practice room right now who are hoping that the Wizard can conjure up some magic against the lefty from Scotland.
Game on.
He was brilliant in his last game yesterday, Laura. 103.66 the average in beating Payne, and he's already done that today.
Yeah, been very, very impressed with him.
81.
Had a message from someone who knows Scott Campbell quite well. He actually plays up in Aberdeen, same team as Hendo and former legend of the game in Bob Taylor.
140.
Someone who, when I first kind of started playing darts and joined the circuit, you know, he was just one of those standout players and such a lovely guy as well.
Does he want to play with any more legends? Bob Taylor, mid-90s. What a mullet that was. Absolutely sublime
100.
mullet. Almost as good as his graceful action with that little finger out and that rangy style. Oh, that takes me back.
Such a delicate throw.
140.
You know, Scott Campbell been around for quite a bit. Apparently hit a 9 darter in the Evening Express Trophy to the point that they actually renamed it the Scott Campbell Trophy.
He's got his own trophy. I didn't know this about you, Scott. You kept that quiet. Just goes to show he's quite humble. I think other dart players might have been shouting that from the rooftops.
121.
Yes, I'm talking to you, Richard North.
161.
Would have been on his shirt.
Having said that, when you do get 9 darters and you create a little bit of something, there's nothing wrong with putting it on your shirt. And I'm talking to you, Brendan Dolan. This was his biggest finish of yesterday. He's going for the juicier version of it this time, and that is beautiful from Campbell. Osborne is wandering through the desert right now, and he's not finding any oasis. He's just seeing mirages.
You have to say, great leg there from both. Colin Osborne was there. Sat on the double, ready to sweep up if Scott Campbell missed, but clutch finishing there from Campbell. Fits in one leg to the good, but again in this short format, holding a throw, especially that first leg, it feels so important.
83.
You want to make a statement at the start of this format. Best of 7 sometimes doesn't last very long. In fact, if you're playing the right person, any match might not last long. I use Michael van Gerwen as a great example of this. We play best of 7 legs all the time here, from start to finish. I remember watching Michael play
43
best of 11. On the other side of the room, I was playing John Part. John and I were 2-all, and in that time, Michael had beaten
100.
Steve 6-0. His average was over 120, which definitely helps.
Just go to some way to aid a quick victory.
140.
We were getting a bit of quick-natured stuff from Scott Baker very recently here in Portsmouth. As far as the speedsters are concerned, here in week number 4,
59.
Willie Borland is safe. You're going to see him on Saturday night. The big man from Kent, Conan Whitehead, he's there already. Second of his 2 days off today. I'm sure he'll be ready for Saturday when he comes back tomorrow.
100.
Have you played any legendary teams? I'm sure you haven't played in the same team as Bob Taylor and John Henderson, though.
No, not at all.
100. It's got your record 135.
There's some great players over the years. Represented Hampshire, represented Surrey, county level. I think since I've joined, it's been very much more an individual sport. Team sports, maybe at local level.
95. Colin, your record 128.
You've just given me an idea, you know. Colin's ideas of a 128 seem to have withered because this
62.
time Scotland only
Scott,
needs
you
one
require
double top.
40. Game shot in the
Too
second.
good at the minute.
Scott
He consolidates the break. It's wonderful. It's very, very polished from Scott Campbell all of a sudden.
Game on.
Yesterday he was a bit of up and down. I mentioned that 103.66 average. At times he was not finding his best stuff. In fact, his range was around about 26 points. That means his lowest average of 77 and his highest of 103. That the disparity between the two. But today it seems
97.
like that disparity is just closing up a little bit. Now, my idea for you, if we were to ever change the format here at the MODUS Super Series, would you welcome
140.
some sort of team format? Because I think you're right. I think team darts seems to be being pushed to the side a little bit.
Yeah, even with the things that we're seeing, we've got individuals coming through with ADC. Again, that's very much, you know, the individual player. Teams is,
95.
from my point of view, very much more local league now. So yeah, it would be quite an interesting element, wouldn't it, to add, because, you know, it's like when you're in a team, you do play for yourself, you want the win, but the win goes to the team
100.
when everyone's behind you and supporting you as well. It's a different feeling altogether.
Yeah, you could have, say, 12 teams. I'm just thinking off the top of my head here. And you've got 12 players per week.
91's got
And one player per week
121.
plays for each team. And then at the end of the 12 weeks, you've got a team winner. Sounds like $1 million idea. I should have just thought about that.
Yeah, polished it off, but you've already got the likes of perhaps like Team ADC and Team ADC Europe. They're already there for you.
See, this kind of idea just blossoms in a matter of minutes. And the idea of Scott Campbell beating Osborne is blossoming by the
78.
second. Here's the big problem for Colin.
Game
He's
shot in the
3-0
third
down,
leg.
and he
Scott
lost his first
Campbell.
game 4-0. He hasn't won a leg today yet.
No, it was below par
Well,
really
against
in
Collins
that
to throw first.
opener against
Game
Johnny
on.
Haynes. 87 average, 0 from 2 on doubles. In this match, particularly, hasn't actually had a shot at double. Not doing a great deal wrong. He's up to his average. He's on
45.
90, but Scott Campbell just totally dominant there with 100 average.
This is very much what we saw from him towards the end of yesterday. In fact, he was averaging exactly 100.2 before he planted a 13 darter in the last leg against Ben Payne. So this will feel very familiar, a bit like Osborne averaging around 90 and losing, because that's pretty much exactly what happened in his 5 matches yesterday. So the man who I list as the greatest of all time in the Super Series is in real jeopardy of not making Champions Week here this time around. Or indeed even get into the Saturday night to try and get to Champions Week. One thing that's missing from his CV is that series win. He's won in Southampton. He's won here in Portsmouth a couple of times. He will never give up. But he's a bit like Rory McIlroy in the sense that there is something missing. Rory hasn't won at Augusta. Osborne has not won the big game yet. He's done everything but.
Yeah, and come so close. But Scott Campbell could put paid to his campaign this time round.
100's got your record 113.
.94 left. Double top. That dart, had it hit, it would have improved his personal best
81.
by 1 solitary shot. Does he get another dart at double? Or does Osborne pinch this one on double 13?
55.
It's just not his day.
Scott, you required 20.
Yesterday, Scott was very checkered on double 10. It was very up and down. This time around,
Game shot and the match.
it's not a personal
Scott
best,
Campbell.
but it's the second ton-plus average from the man from Scotland. He makes a move. He goes to 10 points in the table. He's 4 points behind his fellow Scot, but now he's created a 4-point cushion between himself and the chasing pack. He has just beaten Osborne by 4 legs to 0.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down here on our Friday afternoon action. This is what we have seen over the last couple of hours or so, and we have confirmed the place of Willie Borland through to tomorrow evening's final, because 2 victories there coupled up with results elsewhere means that he is going to make a first appearance on Saturday night at the Live Lounge. Important before the break, Scott Campbell strengthened his hand to be there as well, as he got the better of Colin Osborne by 4-0. He is yet to get a leg on the board so far today. The asset, Paul Nicholson, has been watching all of the action down in the commentary box, and Willie Borland continuing this era dominance that he has over this Group C.
It's dominant on the score sheet, but if you look at the games in detail, he has had to dodge a few bullets along the way. So I think he can count himself quite fortunate that he's on 14 points, but now that he has got them, I get the feeling he's going to try and shoot for the full 20. You can see the intensity that he has, and if he maintains that for the rest of the day, he's going to build up one head of steam going into Saturday.
Could that be the one difficulty now for Willie? Because he's qualified so early, that natural adrenaline that you need to get yourself in that position to go through is naturally going to detach. It's a bit like a football team. When they win the league title, you'll see maybe the last few games maybe not play at the same intensity, but it's trying to keep it at much of that level as he possibly can.
I think you've got to set yourself a different goal. First of all, when you start in Group C, you want to qualify. And now Willie Borland's next goal is win the group, because he hasn't sewn that up yet. Once he's done that, then it's a case of, right, what's my next goal? Do I have a score to settle with anybody else? No, I don't. So it's not individual. It's about how he motivates himself. I don't think it'll be a problem.
Elsewhere, Scott Campbell strengthening his hand in terms of qualification.
And how? He's the only person this week who's managing to get to 3-figure averages. He's done it twice now, and he was 1 dart away from getting a better performance today than yesterday. I'm very impressed with him. I think John Henderson, we tip our hat to you, John. You were right, because Scott is very, very good.
Indeed. Well, as for Ben Payne, it's kind of been a case of a mixture of 2 days. We saw such a vibrancy from him on day 1. We've seen moments from him on the second day, but maybe just the reality of the situation perhaps setting in?
Maybe a little bit. He's been in a couple of tight matches, though. Lost 4-3 twice. That's going to dig you in the ribs a little bit. But Ben, for me, has impressed me a lot. I think the foundations of his game are very good. But I think if he learns anything from this week, if he doesn't qualify, it's that maybe he's a little bit better than he thought he was, which is a really good sign.
And of course, he's in that unique situation because he's playing the championship belt match tomorrow. If he isn't to qualify, what can he take from this week's experience, the last couple of days, that he can take onto that stage tomorrow against Richard North?
Your career's got to start somewhere. And he started yesterday with a 180. That tells me something, because you can't do that if you can't manage performance anxiety. It's as simple as that. He can relish the challenge, and I just get the feeling that he's ready to have a journey over the next 3 or 4 years where this place might tell a bit of a story of how his darts go in the future.
Well, let's have a look at the table then at the halfway point of our day, pretty much. Every player playing 7 matches. And it's not often we get to this stage of a Group C and we see the 3 players that dropped out of Group A as the bottom 3 players in a group.
Not often, but this is a very different week, isn't it? Sometimes we need a week like this to prove to everybody else watching that just because you're in Group A doesn't mean that you're going to have success in Group C. This is a really tough group situation, especially for players like Norris, Osborne and Haynes. They're not spring chickens. They are people who are either approaching 50 or over 50. So in my opinion, it might be, and I'm just spitballing here, it might just be an endurance issue, or whether it's the fact that the people coming in are just a bit stronger in Borland, and especially the guys from Scotland.
So that is how the group looks after 6 games played here on our Friday action. We're going to take a short break. We're going to return at 3 p.m. when we join our friends and colleagues over at Sporty Stuff TV to see the session culminate. We know one thing for a fact: Willie Borland's going to be there on Saturday. The race now is to find out who's going to join him, and I hope you can join us from 3.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where we join you where the action is midway through on the afternoon session on Friday. These are the results so far, and we can confirm the place of Willie Borland through to tomorrow evening's final. 2 victories for him has secured his spot through to the Saturday night finale. Elsewhere, the race for second place really is intensifying as Scott Campbell and Ben Payne are the 2 players fighting it out for that particular position. This is how the table lies then, following 2 rounds of matches for every single player. Willie Borland's 14 points to his name is enough to see him into tomorrow night's final. Whilst for Scott Campbell, he could secure his spot through to the final in a couple of games' time, because it's relying on what Ben Payne and Alan Norris are going to do in the next couple of matches. And it's going to be Ben Payne we're going to see first up. He takes on Johnny Haynes, who picked up his first victory of the group earlier on today, beating Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 0. For Payne, he needs to get a victory in this one to help his chances of going through. And watching this one in the commentary box is a very warm welcome to Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Thank you very much, Henry. It's a very different day here on Friday, but we do have a bit of a split happening. And we don't like splits in darts from a historical sense, but people have got to be separated at some point in Group C, and it's the Scots who are having it all their own way. A 4-point cushion between Campbell and that man in blue. And if this man, the spoiler, wins again, like he did in game number 3 against Colin, then the 30-year-old from Uckfield in East Sussex may find himself going back there sooner than he wanted.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Owen is your referee. And he's got a bit of a milestone coming up this afternoon. We'll get to that in due course. Laura's with me this afternoon and will be for Group B action tonight. Do you think it's going to be an all-Scottish qualification from this group by the looks of it?
Yeah, I think from what I've seen so far today, especially with, as we know, Willie Borland is already qualified, but Scott Campbell's looked very, very impressive. This man, Ben Payne,
100.
still pushing for that second spot, so hoping to get a result here over Johnny Haynes.
He needs the result, and then he needs a favour.
24.
He could actually use Willie Borland in Game 8, beating Campbell and just halting his little train of confidence, which
60.
seems to have seeped through to Friday from Thursday afternoon.
Well, if you look at yesterday's matches that Campbell played, his 2 worst games were against the 2 people he knows the best in Willie Borland and Alan Norris. Whether that plays, makes him play different approaches, the game different, because you do have friends in darts. I mean, to me, I think all friendships are left as soon as you step up to that hockey, but it doesn't work for everyone.
That's a really good spot. I didn't see that, and that makes sense. Because some people really do struggle playing the people that they care about.
174.
If I'm honest, it wasn't actually my spot either. Very nice text from Elaine, who's watching up in Scotland.
70.
No, Scott Campbell very well.
58.
I would love to have claimed it, but yeah, no, I couldn't.
That's very humble of you. I know a lot of people who might have just claimed that for themselves.
98.
No, because I reckon Elaine might
Johnny
just message me back. So.
39.
139 is one of the most difficult finishes in this range. But look at Johnny go.
107.
That was 139 the sexy way. Well, this is going to be 60 a very different way. It's going to be not at all.
20.
That was very...
Johnny requires 32.
I can't really think of the right word to describe that. It flummoxed me a little bit. It definitely flummoxed Ben. But what's going on here?
Game shot.
Well, it's a leg win. Let's put it that way.
Haynes.
But it was done somewhat unconventionally.
Yeah, did get a little bit scrappy towards the end.
Second against Ben to throw first.
Ben Payne's point of view, he does need to find a breaker throw if he's going to beat Johnny Haynes, and that was a huge opportunity, and just really mistimed those shots.
41.
You know a lot of people in Ben's sort of ballpark of player because you've got a lot of ADC events happening in your area in Surrey.
140.
At what rate is he learning right now?
This is the next step up, isn't it? I think what we see with the ADC, we've got regular competition week in, week out against a high caliber Actually, my other half, Aaron, he runs one of them from our local working men's club. And we just get this whole range of people coming from all over chasing those points so that they can get up on this big stage. But nothing quite prepares you for a big stage apart from the stage itself. And I can say that with first-hand experience. I'm okay on the floor, put me on the stage, and it's a different ball game altogether.
Oh, you're used to it more than anybody now.
Speaking on it, yes. Playing on it, no.
The one thing about this kind of challenge, I'm asked about it quite a lot, actually. What's it like? At first, it feels kind of daunting, but the more you do it, the more you get used to it. You've got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Johnny
It sounds like a bit of an oxymoron, but it makes a lot of sense. The moment you don't have the nerves, that's when you've got to worry.
41.
Because it doesn't mean as much to you anymore. Johnny is picking Ben apart right now.
125.
And that is a bad last start because it leaves a bogey number. Doesn't show a great deal of emotion, Johnny, even when he has 3 darts missed at tops.
He's a seasoned player. Met Johnny on many a tournament.
43. Johnny required 20.
Double 10 this time. He has hit this bed today. The split for double 4.
Game shot on the second.
He's 2-0 up.
Johnny Haynes.
And I can hear the hands of Scott Campbell rubbing together right now because if Ben loses this game,
so like it's Johnny
all
to
of a
throw
sudden
first.
he's only got 2 games left. Alan Norris has got 6 points as well. He's got Colin Osborne in game 9.
100.
It could all be done and dusted by round 8 in Group C, which would mean 2 rounds of play for pride and position.
85.
Now, Johnny's from the county of Wiltshire, which is
140.
It's a pretty good darting county, but maybe being overshadowed by Oxfordshire in the past. But when you think about Wiltshire, I think about Dennis Smith, the godfather of Wiltshire darts. Do you remember young Chris Aubrey?
Vaguely, but going back to Dennis Smith, we went out to Belgium, and it's one of those tournaments that Dennis still turns up and plays. So we got to see him a couple of weekends ago, looking really well.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
180.
What a lovely chap he is as well.
161.
Behemoth of a man. Got the biggest hands.
60.
It was just nice.
Then you require 140.
Having a catch up, an old face, someone that we've known for many years.
Chance for Haynes to be 3-0 up.
If
Dennis is watching this, he would nod in approval. Perfect first start.
81.
Almost clocks the old school
Then you
101.
require 40.
So many people look at different routes for that these days.
Game shot on
But
the
Ben
third
gets a
leg.
13 darter
Ben
to
Payne.
erase the gap to 1. And when you think about Sussex darts, that's an interesting one because
Fourth leg,
it's not
Ben
noted
to
as a
throw first.
massive
Game on.
culmination of superstars from that county, but Adrian Gray is from Sussex. Shane Burgess.
Rob Cross.
Indeed.
140.
I think you and I are very similar in that regard. We always
100.
think about yesteryear and now. We talk about, if you put on a county shirt, who does that remind you of? You could name any county in the country and we'll think of at least one person.
140.
Yeah, I think so.
If it was Yorkshire or Lancashire, we might be here a while.
Yeah.
They've got quite a few superstars.
140.
For me, that's Bo Greaves and Lisa Ashton.
Lancashire, I'd probably have to say Alan Warrener. When he was Alan Warrener, not Alan Warrener Little. Yorkshire, I'm going to go proper old school.
26.
Dennis Hickling. He was cool even before Dennis Priestley. There you got Johnny using the chalk again.
140.
I myself, as a dart player, was always someone who would try and avoid chalk at any cost. Are you the same, Laura?
Yeah, I don't like anything particularly being on my hands. For me, I think they would fall out of my hands. They definitely do work for some players. The infamously
29.
Keith Deller.
Johnny
Had to
require
apply the chalk
121.
onto his barrels.
Yeah, I think he'd rather dip them in chalk. Well, Johnny's looking to dip his bread.
103.
Yet again, Ben has left a bogey number. Not the first time today. We've seen him on 159, now 166. That kind of thing can't be excused at this level,
Johnny
unfortunately.
require 18.
He set it up well, but Johnny here opting to split once again. We will see him do that. And he
Game's on
does
the
do it
fourth
so
leg.
effectively.
Johnny Haynes.
I mentioned Johnny's dart shirt a little bit
Fifth
earlier
leg,
because
it's
of the
Johnny
colour of
to
it.
throw first. Game
I'm not
on.
going to utter the words that are on said shirt, but it has a very strong message. And it's a very good message for all of the lads out there.
28.
Yeah, I've done a few charity events, including a very arduous 100-mile bike ride all across from London to Essex. But
140.
all in a good cause, raising money and awareness of prostate cancer.
Yeah, I was speaking to you quite a bit during the training for
40.
that, and you were exhausted most of the time.
Just trying to fit everything in, and it's like, well, I can't just rock up with my bike and not put in any miles beforehand. So it was, yeah.
60.
See me darting across the countryside in Surrey, being one of those pesky bike riders.
I think darts is one of those
100.
sports where you don't expect to see the combatants on a bike in the middle of the day. I think that's fair, but things are changing.
It is fair, but yes,
100.
I've been known to take my bike to several dart competitions to make sure I can put in that extra practice.
Oh, I can't say anything. I was in Germany last weekend, and I was going to the venue on a scooter.
140.
Isn't it brilliant?
It's great fun.
I'm desperately trying. So I've got an exhibition coming up with Peter Manley. If Peter Manley's listening to this, I am laying down the gauntlet
81.
once again. If I can draw him in this exhibition and beat him, I need to get him on a scooter next time we're in Germany.
Good luck with that, Laura.
I
We want photographic evidence of that.
I am being very persistent.
43. Then you require 120.
Persistence is something that Ben could use in this game. Double top.
100. Johnny
In
require
every
150.
likelihood, he is coming back. But Haynes did have a big 144 yesterday. Interesting.
I like that though.
48.
Well, someone's
Then
got
you
to
require
try it.
20.
It might as well be then when you're 3-1 up.
Game's on the fifth
Make that
leg.
3-2.
Ben Payne.
Didn't work out for Johnny, but
Sixth leg, it's Ben to throw
I
first.
wonder if he can break through to get a 4-2
Game
win.
on.
Yesterday when they played, Johnny lost by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't a particularly
96.
high quality affair, but that was the last win that Ben had. So he is on a 4-match losing streak.
140.
And when you consider how many games there are in Group C, he can consider himself quite fortunate that he's still in with a chance of making it through the group.
58.
That losing streak cannot go to 5, though.
No, and I think when he's got 6 points, he's got those wins, but as you say, when you're on that streak, you want to
85.
try and break it, and sometimes you can, be a bit unfortunate on the hockey. Sometimes you get a bit of luck, which is great, but sometimes you don't. And I think when you're on a losing streak, it hurts even more when you just think things just
140.
aren't going your way.
This is one of the things he will be learning. You have to learn when you lose and learn when you win as well.
100.
And to most people, you learn more about yourself when you're defeated.
I always think, especially in formats like this, it's how you brush off a defeat, especially if it's close or you've missed X amount of match darts. When you miss those
23.
opportunities, it's how you pick yourself back up and come back out again. And the best players, they can brush it under the carpet or use it to their advantage.
Well, everybody has got to do that.
121.
We've never seen in the series of years that we've had this tournament going, anybody win 15 games
82.
in Group A. It's
Johnny
never
require
happened.
55.
So someone's lost at one point. We have seen people go through the card in Group C and Group B.
Game
But
shot
what we
of
have
the
here
match.
is a win for Johnny Haynes. That might be the end of Ben Payne, but Johnny, I said earlier, he's a bit like a hedgehog in your underwear. He's going to be annoying today, and that was another good display from Johnny, who was now 2 wins from 3 today, and he goes to 4 points, but stays on leg difference for now at the foot of the table. When we come back, it's a landmark game for our referee. There's more on that when we come back.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
This is a landmark game, and it could well be a very important one for Borland and for Scott Campbell, because if Willie Borland wins this game, he wins the group. If Campbell wins this game and goes to 12 points, he's looking pretty cushy in second position, and it could be an all-Scottish armada going to Saturday night. But this is a time to celebrate our referee. Owen Binks is the referee of this 8th game, and this is his 3,000th game refereeing here at the MODUS Super Series. Congratulations, Owen, from everybody here.
First leg, it's Willie to throw first.
That really is some milestone, some achievement. Why has he still got his voice left?
That's because I've got that young man on the ginger shots.
99.
Interesting tussle between these two. They played yesterday, and it did go the way, obviously, of Willie Borland, who's yet to lose a game.
100.
One of Scott Campbell's poorer performances of the day, as we implied. He does know Willie Borland quite well.
57.
And perhaps that does play on his mind. Hasn't been able to produce his best against his fellow countrymen.
If he's going to win the £5,000 jackpot at the end of the week, not only might he have to beat somebody that he knows very well along the way, just never know, though. He might even play Willie Borland in the final tomorrow night. Friendship must be pushed to the side in order for you to be successful. Have you got any tales of that?
56.
Playing friends and having to put it to the side?
I think, obviously, yes, we're friends, but I think the hardest one, my sister and my mum both play. And I remember it being at Hailing Island, actually, quite local to here. And I drew my sister. I was like, oh, that's okay, just be relaxed. My first 3 darts, 180. She just looked at me and I'm like, so I couldn't be more relaxed, which is kind of where I can get my best. But because it was an odd game. Yeah, and my daughter's now playing as well, and I've had to play her on a couple of occasions.
137. It's got your record. 143.
Do we dare ask what happened?
She did, actually. She took out a really good check out on the ball, I think it was. Took a nice 90 out shot. She's trying to play quite well, but I mean, she's only 13. So I haven't yet lost, but honestly, I think it's on the cards.
Chip off the old block, though, because Mum and Dad are pretty good at this sport, just like Willie Borland is.
Willie Borland.
That's a really good 16-dart start from him. His motivation has got to be winning the group and being Mr. Perfect in Group C. 16-dart start will do him the world of good, but he might need something a little bit better than that along the way, because the one thing that Scott Campbell is doing this week that nobody else is doing is putting in those 3-figure averages.
99.
We didn't have any until he turned up, and now we've got 2.
No, and if you think back to last week, with Moreno Michael's winning, and his performances throughout the week, they were steady, but there was nothing outstanding.
100.
But everything came together for him on that last evening. So the key bit at this stage is to get to that last day, and then when you're there, you just want to be able to
180.
produce your best at the right time.
Looking at the CV of these players, you'd probably have to ask them.
140.
By them, I mean both Willie and Scott. But as far as Scott is concerned, if he was to win this week, it would be the
83.
biggest thing he's
Scotty
done.
require 170.
Borland is on this track to get back to where he wants to be, whereas Campbell is only just starting. He's played in many big tournaments. He's played in World Masters
80.
and things like that, but
Will he require 139?
he's taken a bit of time away from the game and has been inspired by another Scot in Sean McDonald to give it another crack.
99.
What a great last start that is.
Scotty require
That's
90.
a world-class treble 20 from Willie. 215s for Scott.
Can he use it? It's awkward. So close to the wire.
Game shot
But
in the
that's an
second leg.
excellent dart. Just
Scott
lifts it over the
Campbell.
top. And despite that great setup shot from Willie Borland, all academic in the end, and we're now 1 apiece.
So look, it's Willie to throw first.
That really is a great
Game on.
shot. And if there's one thing on the doubling aspect that's really
58.
impressed me about Campbell, it's that he's not afraid to traverse that oche left and right to try and open things up. His darts are quite tall. So when he goes for those lower doubles
91.
like 10, like 2, like 15, or even on the other side of the board, he might have to scooch a bit left or right just to find a better angle.
45.
Yeah, Scotland well represented here in this group, not just by these two, but by Alan Norris, who currently lives in Scotland.
140.
Such a beautiful country, littered with
83.
darting fanatics. I say this hand on heart, and I know there are quite a few people that I know quite well. My good friend Richie Burns watching. Hope you're well, Richie, and Elaine Kearns, who we've already mentioned. But the exhibitions that I've been a part of in Scotland are
180.
genuinely the best that I've ever been a part of. A remarkable country filled with
43.
darts people that you
Scotty
can only
require
dream
90.
of. Okay, so 65 left on this. Looking for 2 consecutive 90 checkouts. That'll
50.
do.
Yeah, sensible option, Willie. Back on 272, so Scott Campbell has
59.
time. This would
Scotty
be for a
require
break
40.
throw.
Game shot in the third
Something is
leg.
changing in
Scott
this group.
Campbell.
He might not win the group, but then again, it's not out of the question
Well,
now
look at
because
Scott to
somebody
throw
is
first.
playing
Game
at a
on.
level that we've seen twice now, but it's becoming more consistent. 3 legs of darts, and he's limited Borland to 1 shot at a double. I'm going to say this wholeheartedly before John Henderson plays
180.
at the World Seniors event in York this weekend. If Scott Campbell wins this weekend, Hendo, it's all your fault.
140.
Still needs to qualify for that Saturday night finals. But this performance here will really put him on track. Put him within 2 points of Willie Borland.
95.
Ben Payne would be eliminated with a Scott Campbell win.
87.
Norris has still got 3 games, but he has a huge problem. Leg difference. There's a chasm between them.
80.
And the only reason Alan wouldn't be eliminated is because he plays Scott Campbell in game 12. And Based on the way they're playing at the minute, I just don't see it.
Scott, you require 146.
I feel like Michael Fish in 1987 saying, there's going to be no hurricane. I could be wrong.
$94.
Pretty good approach. He's got Willie Borland on the rack.
60. Scott, you require 52.
Do this to go one leg of a win. No one yet to beat Willie Borland this week, but this is a huge opportunity for Scott Campbell.
Again, he moves across the oche. This time to the other side. And
Game
it works
shot on the
again.
flag. Scott Campbell.
It's something that James Wade is a master at. Another great left-hander.
Fifth leg, it's Willie to throw
Arguably.
first. Game on.
Say that somewhat loosely. The greatest left-hander of all time.
44.
I don't think it's up for debate, actually. I know there's going to be people out there saying, what about Les Wallace? He won a world title. Yes, well, he only won 2 titles. He won the World Masters and the World Championship. Not a bad 2 titles to win, though, right?
You're going to pick 2. I mean, that's a good 2 to pick. But to say, James Wade, what a career over
139.
the last few decades, really.
Yeah, he's been winning titles since the age of 17. But look at Campbell go.
180.
All of a sudden, his 180 prowess is starting to come to the fore as well.
45.
He's dipping his bread in the red. Plenty. He's causing problems for everybody. And I tell you one thing. Conan Whitehead, Willie Borland, everybody in Group B later. Watch out for this guy.
35.
He's heating up.
Yeah, real dominant performance. Willie Borland
43.
can only look on and more frustration there for him.
95.
It's only a matter of time before Campbell gets a dart for the match. He's going to lay up for tops.
55.
And a man who has not tasted defeat in this group is on the cusp of losing his undefeated streak.
140.
7 straight matches.
Scott, you require 40.
Double 10.
$20.
Just a bit edgy.
Will he require
but
90?
It's Borland's turn at a 90 checkout this time. Bullseye.
65. Scott, you require 20.
I'm not really sure what that hand gesture was about. It's almost like somebody from the crowd, if we had one, had just thrown him a squishy. But he's being squished.
Game shot
by the man
on
from
the
Scotland
match,
who
Scott
goes to
Campbell.
12 points. And with that shot, he puts himself very close to qualification. It is going to be maybe one more win that he needs against Alan Norris in the next round. But Alan Norris is the only man who can stop him. 99.32, another big average, and 44% on the doubles. Willie Borland's streak is over, but he's through, and Scott nearly is too.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to Portsmouth. We are going to close out round number 3 now. And if Alan Norris does not win this match, he is history. And it will be an all-Scottish progression here in Group C. Osborne sitting on 4 points in the table. He's already eliminated. And you can see that he's relaxed a little bit. The new granddad from Middlesbrough said to me in the last few minutes that he's very much looking forward to getting home to meet the new grandchild. Don't blame him. But Norris, he is the last man standing who can stop the Scottish charge. I don't see it coming, Laura. But if it happens,
First leg, it's Colin to
it'll be
throw
something.
first. Game on.
Yeah, well, whilst every possible outcome is on the cards, you know, can't write it off. But as you say, even just in the practice there, we've just noticed that there's been a bit of a jolt
100.
to Alan Norris's throw.
Well, let's look at the points totals of our two combatants at the top of the table then. 14 points for Borland.
45.
He's safe. He's got plus 13 in leg difference as well. Campbell now on 12, plus 12 for leg difference.
60.
Norris on 6 points has got this extra game in hand on Ben Payne. That's why he can still get to 12 points. But it means that Campbell must lose his last 2 matches. And Norris has got to win all 3. And on top of that, he's got to bridge a leg difference disparity of 19 legs. If Norris was not playing Campbell in the next round,
60.
It would be over. It's got to be a win. It's got to be big. And he's got to do to Osborne what everybody else has done
100.
today, which is beat him to 0.
Colin Osborne up to this point today has had 3 attempts at a double. Not been able to find the target
28.
once.
Colin, you require 160.
In terms of how Osborne has played as well, in 92 in the last one, you would normally think that would afford you a few more chances at the outer ring, but not to be for Colin Osborne today.
82.
But every leg that he gets in this contest, it just chips away at the armour of Norris as well. The likely scenario
140. Colin, you require 78.
Our progression from Group C with 2 rounds to go. Double top.
Gave him shot on the first leg.
There you go, the first
Colin
chip
Osborne.
in the armour.
You always saw that deep breath, sigh of relief there from Colin Osborne. Yes, I can do it. I do know where it is. Of course you do. We know you do.
He's not immune to what this format can do to you. He's playing in round 3 in game 9, and that was his
59.
first hit at a double. It's a long time. Considering our session started at 1 p.m., it's now 3:35. He's had to wait 2.5 hours for his first leg win.
59.
Maybe not as long because he actually started in game 3, but I'm just trying to emphasize the point.
Easy one.
You just had a little bit of confirmation in our ears here,
59.
Laura, that if Alan Norris does not take the next 4 legs, it's all done. I thought it was coming close. But even with a name like Norris, this might be a bridge too far.
60.
Very good indeed. Yeah, as you say, now he's got a bridge gap of 20 legs.
60.
It was always going to be a difficult uphill struggle for Alan Norris from the outset. I do think the way Scott Campbell has played so far, it does look like it's shaping up to based on how they've all been playing.
What it's telling us, and Henry has emphasized this a couple of times over the last 21 or 22 hours, it's that the
45.
combatants from Group A
And you require
have come to Group C
167.
and they haven't played to the best of their ability. It's the people who are here fresh who are playing better.
57.
And that means that if it is Campbell and Borland and Whitehead making up 50% of our field for Saturday,
60.
that's 3 players
And
who
you
have only
require
played one group.
110.
I wonder if that will continue later tonight.
70.
I know you mentioned it earlier. The guys at the bottom 3, they are, let's say, not as sprightly as the other competitors in the field. So in
And you
terms of
require 40.
stamina, longevity, it is quite difficult. They are playing a lot of games. It's day after day, but I think especially from the point of view of maybe
Games
Colin
on the second
Osborne.
leg. Alan Norris.
Colin was so close to getting through into Group B, where you would then have 3 players from 5 qualify for finals tonight. I'm not saying it's easier because it's another packed out, talented pool of players, but you do have more chance of getting through. I think for Colin, he's had that disappointment of being so close. We kind of thought he was a shoo-in going into the last day.
Yeah, I thought he was going to make Group B towards the end of Wednesday. And I hung my hat on the fact that I thought that Osborne would make Saturday night once again. As far as tonight's concerned, just to give you a bit of insight into what happened on Thursday night and early into Friday morning, Dan
97.
Reed, no wins. He starts the night on 0. Even if he goes through the card tonight, I'm not sure he's going to make it because he's got a leg difference of minus 11.
100.
Richard North, Scott Walters, Steve West and Wesley Harms all have very healthy points tallies. And every single one of those players has got a superb chance of making Saturday night as well. More on that from 10 p.m. tonight. I hope you can join us for some late night action going into Saturday morning. It's got to be perfect from here.
44.
This is definitively like putting baby in the corner. Let's see what you can do, Alan.
140.
Solid visit there from Colin Osborne.
What are you thinking at 272? I'm just curious to see what you'd be thinking. Is it the same as me? Is it 105 plus?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I would start off on the trebles. I know that obviously board management is a huge thing, especially now.
140.
One score can be the difference between winning and losing. But yeah, 105 or above.
He does get the above. But it's not up to him. Oh, hello. He wanted to lead tops. He's at double 14.
Yes, it is, yeah. 28 left.
With a hop and a step and a jump, he might be 2-1 up.
56.
I
and you
hate
require
those positions when you're going for a double.
132.
It shouldn't have been anywhere near. This would be some way to survive.
Yeah, it kind of throws you off your rhythm, doesn't it? Still on. So needs treble 19 for the ball.
$60.
And you feel
Colin, you
that could
require
be
14.
the end of Alan Norris's campaign here this week.
It's a good lie as well.
Game shot on the third
Just
leg.
glances off the
Colin
flight.
Osborne.
And that guarantees it. Alan Norris and Colin Osborne and Johnny Haynes
Fourth leg, it's
and
Alan
Ben
Century
Payne
first. Game on.
are all eliminated from Group C. And on debut, Scott Campbell will go to Saturday night with Willie Borland. That is now
100.
assured. Congratulations, Scott. You've been very impressive.
$45.
Now I guess it's for those top 2 Scots. Who's going to be the pride of Scotland in Group C? Who's going to top the table? Obviously, Willie's got those 2 extra points, but who knows?
I like the way you think. Let's throw a little bit of extra seasoning on the barbecue, shall we? Because now it's about who wins the group. You win the group, you get very different placement in Saturday night. I'll not talk about that too much for now. But we got Borland next against Johnny Haynes, who's caused problems for everybody today.
85.
Scott Campbell's got Norris in game 12. Borland's got Osborne. And Campbell's got Johnny Haynes as well. So Johnny's got a lot on his plate for the rest of the day. He could stipulate who wins this group.
58.
Imagine him enjoying himself in the back there. See what little upsets he can still cause.
He might even be the player who gets the most points for the day. Johnny's got 4 points. Campbell's got 6.
100.
But another win from here is not guaranteed. He can't get through in the overall table. Maybe you can have a bit more joy
75.
in the daily standings. A 271. I like a 19 start there.
9.
Because if you get 76 with your first 2 darts, you can use the bullseye at the end to leave a finish. 25 will do the same.
32.
And also, if you use the 19s to its full capacity, 3 trebles will leave a 2-dart leg opportunity next time round, as opposed to a 3-darter.
58. Alan, you require 155.
This might be the portion of the day where they know they're eliminated and they might just flex their muscle in this sort of capacity. I knew he was going to do that.
Not quite on target with the last dart, but we'll be back for 41.
$100. Alan, you require 41.
Single one. Double top.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Simple as that. 2-2.
Although the results haven't actually really gone Alan Norris's way for the majority of this week, what has been quite impressive is his checkout percentage. When he's been afforded an opportunity, most of the time he has been around 50% and above. I think on one occasion during the earlier rounds in Group A, 100% on his checkouts.
It wasn't too bad on them yesterday, 35%, which is above normal. When I say normal, we have running statistics here in Portsmouth where for the entirety of play, it's usually between 33 and 34%. So he is above the mean percentage of what we would expect from every player.
96.
But as far as Osborne is today, he will look at this group scenario and be infuriated.
Especially those first 2 results being beaten to nil.
134.
Getting 3 darts at double in 2 matches, that'll infuriate any dart player.
$100.
One thing I know he will do is he'll go away, he'll regroup, and he will earmark a visit back here, possibly before Christmas. Yes, I just said the C word.
140.
It is September.
Yeah, time to start planning, I guess, isn't it? No, absolutely not. Can't even begin to think. This is still the summer,
100.
right? The kids are still off. We do not talk about Christmas.
Yes, it is still the summer, even though it doesn't feel like it.
I've said the irony will be that when they go back on Monday, Tuesday next week, that's when the sun will decide to show itself again. Oh, no.
139. Calling you record 120.
Yeah, there is a song by Green Day called Wake Me Up When September Ends. Everybody's awake because September's just begun.
45. Alan, you require 48.
Well, he wanted to go a little bit frisky on the 155. It's conventional on the 48.
I think players like Alan Norris and especially Johnny Haynes, you know, they are quite old school, the way that they go for their outshots and things.
28.
Well, Chuck there just gave us
Calling you
the
require
US Open
75.
special. A bit of a grunt when he throws the dart. I'm sure that won't catch on. Not Monica Seles style.
Could you imagine it?
You get nothing from
55.
Osborne there, so maybe it's not going to catch on.
Alan, you require 20.
Go on, Alan. Give it full Victoria Azarenka. Oh, he doesn't do it. He's 3-2 up, though. That's the
Alan
most important
Norris.
thing. Yeah, I don't think that's going to catch on.
No,
as well.
no, not at all.
Sick flag, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Osborne might be rethinking his targets for the rest of the day. 4 points on Thursday, and he might be thinking, can I just get out of today with a win?
134.
I think Alan's been reading some sort of technical notebook from Richie Burnett.
There have been some
140.
kind of straining positions, I would say. I mean, put your back out with them. I mean, I don't know how Richie Burnett, can actually manipulate his body to get into the shapes that he makes, but hey, it works.
There was a very, very famous
180.
photo taken of Richie Burnett at the UK Open this year in Minehead, and it looked like he was in a yoga pose called Half Moon, where his leg at the back
100.
was perfectly perpendicular to the floor. His left arm was on a different direction.
Pretty sure I know the picture you're talking about.
171.
It has been kind of cropped. I think I've seen it on an ice rink.
Yeah, he's found himself in different scenarios as Richie. But when you think about legs
100.
this week, we haven't had a
Only
9
requires
darter.
16.
This is the next best. This has been something else from Norris. Doesn't like it. But loves that.
Shot
That's
out
an
the
11 dart
match.
finish.
Alan Norris.
To finish with an average almost 10 better than that of Osborne, who loses his 3rd straight game today. Chuck wins the game, but loses the war because he's not going to progress through the group. That's going to be Scott Campbell, but you've got to give him props. That was a really good performance, and he ends with the best leg of the match. We're going to take a short break now, but when we come back, Willie Borland, in his quest to win the group, has got Johnny Haynes in his way.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first part of our deadline day has seen everything signed, sealed and delivered as far as Group C is concerned. Those are the results from the matches that we have seen so far today. No, we are 9 matches down. And as far as the table is concerned, we can do the old Fabrizio Romano trick here and say, here we go, as far as the 2 players progressing through to tomorrow night's final is concerned. Willie Borland and Scott Campbell, well, they have signed the contracts and they have passed their medicals and they are through with flying colours through to tomorrow night's final. Right, next up for us, it is the home straight. It is Johnny Haynes against Willie Borland, being watched by Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson. No yellow ties in the comms box, I guess.
No ties at all. We don't do ties here at the MODUS Super Series. I've had this
First leg, it's
conversation with
Willie
you
to
before,
throw
Henry.
first. Game on.
You might think it's a bit of a casual affair now that we've got Borland and Campbell through. The fact of the matter is we've got a very big thing to sort
43.
out over the next 2 rounds of play. Who's going to win the group? And this guy could have a lot to say about it, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely.
95.
I think going into today, felt like Willie Borland was going to kind of railroad this, but has found his first
58.
loss. Did lose to Scott Campbell, who's now just 2 points behind. And Johnny Haynes is having a different day today than he had yesterday. Much improved in terms of performance.
45.
He started with a 4-0 victory over Colin Osborne, averaging over 92.
57.
Doubles 4 from 9, not bad at all. And a bit of a stutter against Chuck. Of course he lost to Alan Norris because that's been the tale of his week. But then a rebound against Payne. And you're right, the level that he's played at today has been so much better than yesterday.
58.
More consistent, more threatening. Maybe the change of his shirt today has done him some good. The next time this weekly winner
99.
comes back, I'm sure that shirt will come with him.
We do like a narrative, don't we?
140. Johnny require 140.
I think for Johnny Haynes as well, although he can't qualify now through to finals night, he also probably doesn't want to be the one that sits at the bottom of the table.
130.
So well put.
Will he require
If I was in his position,
145?
my sole purpose would be get off the bottom.
129.
Double 5 for Johnny. What am I talking about?
I did wonder, but
6.
It's almost
Will
like
he require
somebody had
16.
taken a syringe to my brain and made me forget
No
about the
score.
fact that Johnny Haynes always
Johnny
splits double
require
5.
4.
One of these days I'll learn. He wants double 2, I assure you. Through the posts.
No score.
Oh, I thought he'd hit the back of the
Will
net
he
there.
requires 16.
it's a whisker away. Ball and back for double 8.
Games on the first leg.
This time
Willie
does
Borland.
find double 8.
That's a very fortunate hold of throw. It's not often you get 22 darts.
Second against
to win a
Johnny
leg
to throw
against Johnny.
first. Game on.
Especially after you've bust double 8 with one dart. There may be some repercussions.
180.
Yeah, perfect start to leg 2 for Johnny Haynes. I'm not sure what you think,
84.
but Willie Borland, just as we've implied before, does normally play with quite a lot of focus, quite a lot of energy. He just doesn't seem to have that adrenaline pumping through him at the moment.
180.
The heart rate of Johnny Haynes might have gone up in the last 3 seconds.
59. Johnny require 141.
Go, Johnny, go. Wrong treble. There was a time in this room where nobody hit 9 darters.
53.
Apart from Conor Heenan. However, you've seen 9 darters hit aplenty recently. Pilgrim, Sherrick, West. Sounds like a law firm.
100. Johnny require 88.
Yeah. Although the 9's not go for Johnny Haynes, needs 88 here. 8 leaves him. And again, quite old school.
48.
Tends to opt for that treble 20 instead of the kind of more, I'd say more modern. More modern, but it seems to have come into trend double-double, which and it makes sense.
44.
Because it
Johnny
is a bigger
require
target. But
40.
I think for a lot of players, still that treble 20, double 10 route.
Consider me old school. I think the treble 20 was the play there.
No score.
He's over the bar 3 times there. Luckily for him, Borland is in another postcode.
60. Johnny require 40.
Double top again. This
Games
time,
on the second leg.
a very good
Johnny
marksman.
Haynes.
There's another thing as well. If I was in the position of Willie Borland here,
Third
with
against
2
Willie to
games
throw
go,
first.
what I'd want to do is test myself and get some positivity flowing ahead of Saturday night.
180.
Get a couple of wins, win the group on 18 points, and then you'll sleep tonight thinking, nobody was as
60.
good as me. Make good choices as well.
140.
Don't take your foot off the gas. If you want a little bit of extra spirit in the game, do it yourself. You're not going to get anything from Johnny.
No, not at all. Not at all.
60.
But this is an inspired leg from Willie Borland.
170.
Almost, I was to say almost too good.
That reminds me of a leg between Adrian Lewis and Jeffrey Desvan from the match play, where Jeffrey had a 180, Adrian had a 180.
95. Will he require 11?
Then they both had a 140, and they both had a 170 to leave 11. They were playing
Game shot
follow
on
me
the third
darts,
leg.
and it's another 11
Willie
darter.
Borland.
We saw one in the end of the last game from Norris, and now we get one from Willie.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
And they're the levels we were talking about with Willie Borland that we know he can play at, and he can play at that at quite a consistent level.
45.
To be fair, he hasn't been pushed to play quite like that, but as you say, I think from Willie's point of view, if he can continue this,
140.
he will go in tomorrow with so much confidence.
Oh, I agree. Because tomorrow's not going to be easy. Conan Whitehead won the very
100.
first series here in Portsmouth. Almost a year ago.
45.
That's a scary prospect. Johnny Haynes has won a weekly title here, but hasn't won a series yet.
81.
I'm sure he'll be back. Willie wants to write his own story. Whoops.
80.
He goes riding through the glen there.
You've noticed now, I've seen the Robin Hoods few and far between now because a lot of the technology's changed. The setup for
105.
people's stems have changed.
I think one of the reasons why we still get them is because the points are so sharp.
97. Johnny require 170.
Yeah, you have players like Johnny Haynes who have had the same set of darts for many years. As he eyes the bullseye for a 170 checkout, just a fraction away.
145. Will he require 139?
That would have been his second one of the week. We have had two from Conan Whitehead.
99. Johnny
So,
required 25.
You know a thing or two about fishing, Laura. Been a particularly catchy week.
Game shot on the fourth
Yeah,
leg.
that's very
Johnny
clinical
Haynes.
again from Johnny Haynes. I have done a little bit of fishing. Never quite
Fifth leg, it's
hooked the
Willie
big
to
fish
throw
in an actual
first.
match, to be fair with you.
Not yet. Not yet.
96.
How did your fishing event go recently?
It was okay. It was okay. Oh, it's a wonderful experience and all for such a fantastic charity, a fantastic cause. Started off really
68.
well. I won't put in any spoilers, but let's say I had a flat hour or so. But no, it's fantastic.
96.
Any familiar faces there at the fishing with you?
Well, I was in the team Mace. Mace was the team captain, so it was always quite nice. Yeah, a few of the boxers, Terry Harper.
100.
Gail Ems was there for Badminton star. Derek Redmond.
No.
Yeah, I know. I was.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
I did have to go and get a selfie.
That's my era of athletics. I would love to have met Derek.
28.
The jealousometer in the commentary box has just gone into the red.
140.
Just like Willie Borland's last two darts there to leave 85. I think it'd be fascinating to find out from all of our finalists this week who their sporting heroes are.
140. Will he
Because they
require
don't
85?
necessarily have to be dart players.
53.
No, and that's a tough question, considering all sports. Quite a lot you could name.
You know for a fact that Willie Borland's going to say Gary
125.
Anderson.
Will he require 32?
Then again, it might be a footballer.
Game
He's in
shot on the
front, and
fifth
that
leg.
spirit is starting
Willie
to come to the
Borland.
fore. He really wants to win this group. He wins this match, he'll go to 16 points.
Sixth leg is Johnny to throw first.
But he won't have won the group yet. He could really do with Alan Norris doing him a favour in game 12.
100.
Because if Campbell was to lose that match, Borland would win the group. If he wins this match, of course. This one's not over yet.
99.
Now, one of the comebacks of the week came from Johnny Haynes in Group A. 3-0 down to Conan Whitehead. Came found a way back to beat him.
140.
We've
59.
had every perceivable result today. We've had a 4-1. We've had a couple of 4-0s, some 4-3s and 4-2s. It's not one of those rare days
54.
where one of the results does not happen. But the thing that intrigues me the most about the battle for the top
43.
spot is that they're very close points-wise, and they're very close leg difference-wise as well. And need I remind you that in Group A, Steve West and Wesley Harms were tied
125.
leg difference. Legs won. They couldn't be separated. I think it's quite fortunate that they both went to Group B in the end.
82.
Because otherwise it would have been quite harsh for one of them not to go to Group B based on average. Double top for Johnny.
62.
And a match-winning
Will he
chance at
require
160 for Willie.
160.
That would have really laid down a marker.
63. Johnny required 20.
Possibly. So Johnny Haynes, double 10, just to make this a level match. Down for 2. Up for double 4.
60.
I would have said double 5.
Will he require 97?
And I would have been wrong again. Double 19.
57.
It was the
Johnny
right
required
call
4.
because he doesn't expect to be back again.
Game
He'd be
shot the
right.
sick flag. Johnny Haynes.
What do you think the right walk-on song is for Willie?
7
I
from
know we
5
haven't
against
got
Willie
walk-on
to throw
songs here on
first.
Saturday
Game
night.
on.
What would get the crowd going?
93.
Letter from America by the Proclaimers.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, is it?
100.
Just giving him a little bit of advice. Because I'm pretty certain that Willie is going to get himself back amongst the elite
39.
at some point. He's only 26 years of age.
Yeah, darts is one of those sports that just offers so much longevity. Obviously, 26-year-old playing Johnny Haynes there, he won't mind me saying he's nearly touching 60.
121.
Yeah, I think if Borland wants a bit of proof that
100.
he's still young, look at your opponent. He's more than twice your age. Sorry, Johnny. He doesn't look 59, does he?
140.
I know some people under 50 who look way worse than Johnny Haynes.
So if I tell you to name names, Dark,
133. Johnny
I wouldn't do that.
I'll do it off the air. They can barely be separated, these two. This game is very much like the quest for the top spot.
100. Will he
And
record
Borland might be in
136?
bother if he doesn't hit the 136. Very close.
100. Johnny
Haynes
require 40.
might be doing Campbell a favour right here.
Game
He wins
shot out the
a
match.
third win of the day.
Johnny Haynes.
And Willie Borland's chances of winning the group have just been dented again. So there you go. 85 for Willie, 86 for Haynes, and that's where he's been living today. He's been playing some very stellar stuff, and if only he'd been doing this yesterday, he might have been in with a chance of qualification himself. However, when we come back, it will be the final third of our matches, and we're going to start with 2 eliminated players, Payne and Osborne.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
We have completed 10 matches and we have 5 left for you this afternoon. I'm still with Laura here in the commentary box. And now we have a look at 2 eliminated players. But what can they do to send a message to their friends and family and to themselves on the stage to leave with a bit of a bang? Ben Payne has had a very good time of it here in Group C, but he has lost a few matches in a row now, and that will be worrying him.
140.
Yeah, Ben's been unlucky. He's had a couple of 4-3 losses today. Obviously, neither player today yet to pick up a win. I think Colin Osborne, he suffered 2 4-0 defeats at the 4-2 early against Alan Norris. Just hasn't performed, hasn't been able to find that range.
93.
You'll get days like that where you feel a little bit distracted, and inherently you'll feel that maybe today it's just not happening.
100.
You know, it's one of those variables. The biggest variable in darts, I've always thought, is just the fact that you're human. You have good days, you have bad days. What's lovely about here is the fact that you can come back from it. But if it happens on your last day, that's it.
It's a bit like the exams. You can study well all year, but if it doesn't happen in the exam, the grade is going to be
60.
as such. But I think he will take a great deal from
100
this week, will Ben. I wonder what he's going to be doing against Richard North tomorrow when he's fighting for that belt. I like the belt system in the ADC. It's a little different.
85. And he require 84.
Richard North, you will see tonight, in fact.
Yes, and here probably.
Game shot on the first leg. Ben Payne.
Well, that's a 14-dart start from Ben. And he seems to have a little bit of bounce in his
Second
step
against
here.
Colin to throw first.
As much as we said, you know, we've highlighted the experience that Colin Osborne has at these Super Series. Ben Payne,
135.
I guess from his point of view, I mean, obviously I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think he's really enjoyed the experience here and the opportunity. So kind of just putting in a couple of good performances, finishing on a high, and then hopefully finding a way to come back. Qualified, of course, through the ADC system.
We had a bit of a joke.
97.
Not at Ben's expense yesterday, but we talked about Ben's equipment, Neil Duff's equipment,
45.
and at which point does Joe Cullen start charging rent for the use of his darts in places like this? Because Neil Duff has won a WDF World title.
99.
He's won his way through to Champions Week here. He's won quite a lot of money with those Joe Cullen barrels. And if Ben does the same,
Colin, you require
you might have to send an
170.
email to Joe and say, you might have to have a word with these guys. They're using your stuff.
Something along the lines of an appearance fee for Joe Cullen.
Yeah, royalties to Joe if you make the jackpot game on Saturday night.
100.
There's a player we're not going to see here anytime soon. He's going to be an elite player for a very long time.
And you just feel there's more to come from Joe Cullen.
I wouldn't be surprised in 15 years' time when Joe is Colin's age that he's still hitting everybody hard. That really made me sound like I was calling Colin old. It really didn't mean to be that way.
When you require 103.
I apologise, Colin. He doesn't look a day over 40. Must be the soap he uses.
Gets the treble, so double 19 required.
Game shot on the second leg. Colin Osborne.
It was a good outshot there from Colin Osborne.
Really was. Any leg he gets today is going to feel
like it's Ben to
like
throw
more
first.
because of the
Game
first
on.
2 losses that he suffered, 4-0. But I'm glad that Colin hit that. At the same time, I was going to get a little bit soapboxy again about Ben leaving a bogey number. We don't need to go there because it is 1-1. So we know who's going through this group to join Conan Whitehead. Just ahead of tonight, Laura, who are your fancies for Group B? Are you going to go for Harms, West, Walters or North? You've got a choice of 3 of the 4.
It's a tight group, isn't it? It's a tough call.
100.
I mean, at this stage, obviously anything is possible. I think Harms is probably the one factor out of all of them. I know he is sitting on top of the
41.
table, but he's that one that perhaps doesn't have quite as much experience here as the other three that is just sitting either on equal points or just behind.
44.
First 2 rounds tonight are going to be fascinating. Dan Reed did not play poorly last night. He averaged in the mid-80s.
100.
Came away with nothing. Colin knows a thing or two about that today.
Yeah, actually, as does Ben Payne. Neither of these two have picked up any points today. And there is a point, isn't there? There comes a point where it's just a matter of pride. Again, like I said before, Johnny Haynes, that last win that he got over Willie Borland, that's taken him off the bottom of the table. And now Colin Osborne has taken up that space.
96.
Ben hasn't left the bogey number. Good thinking, Ben. I'm off my soapbox in a matter of 3 seconds.
That is a big thing that players learn as they play more at this level, is that set-up shot, using the most of the board, starting off on the right number to give yourself the best opportunity to leave something.
Absolutely right. You've got to make sure that when you've got one dart in hand,
40.
that dart can still leave you either a 2-darter or any type of finish. That's what counting is all about. The last thing you need is to have 2 darts in hand where you can't leave a finish, or 1 dart where you can't leave a finish. At this level,
100. But
not counting efficiently can cost you a lot.
I stayed there, but got to make sure of that single number.
67. Colin, you require 100.
Doesn't find anything to set up a double.
Yeah, it just cuts the score in half pretty much. And Colin's looking for the lead with another break of throw.
60. Benny requires 63.
2 avenues here, really. He could use treble 9.
Game show on the third leg.
But he goes conventional, and how? That is a really good checkout.
Considering the shot before, where really he should have been on a double after 2 darts.
Collins first. Game on.
To come back and check out 63 and 2, which isn't always the easiest of checkouts. So 2 dart little pop-pops, they're the ones that you want to be hitting. They're actually the ones that in more matches than not.
134.
We had a 3-figure checkout from Osborne and 2 perfect 2 darters from Payne so far. It's really good on the outer ring
13.
and the approaching trebles. Do you think the pressure or the expectation on Ben is different now to what it was 24 hours ago?
180.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, obviously now he knows that there is no way he can qualify. So that pressure as such is alleviated.
40.
But it's how you feel about yourself in the moment in the game. You can see the frustration creeping in. He still wants to be putting in big performances. He still wants to be winning.
Is he trying too hard right now?
Perhaps.
I haven't seen him look this tense, even when he was playing his debut match
87.
yesterday. He's going after it too much.
Well, yeah, and I think based on the results that both of them have had, they'll probably see this as the key moment, the key opportunity to get a couple of points on the board. And the frustration here coming from Ben.
34.
Very much about...
Colin, you require 100.
Like I said, I just think he's tensed up.
Double top.
Game show on the
Very
fourth
nice.
leg. Colin
12
Osborne.
dart leg for Osborne. It's now a tied match. And there's only 16 between them in the averages. So more proof for everybody
If they get
watching who
Ben
loves
to
to
throw
talk about
first.
averages.
Game on.
What do? They lie. One of the first lessons I learned.
85.
And funny enough, I learned that when I was playing for Northumberland against Surrey. My good old pal Graham Stoddart taught me that. Playing someone who I think you know.
85.
A fella by the name of Jason Kelly.
Yes, I know Jason very well.
It was a long time ago, 22 years ago.
85.
I think Jason's still He has been playing county himself. Yeah, there's probably quite a few of the stalwarts in Surrey that's still playing. You'd probably remember.
41.
Good times. He got man of the match that day, actually, Jason.
It's probably the only one he got.
Oh, that's very comforting.
55.
Sorry, Jace.
276 for Payne, 375 for Osborne. He knows he's not going to leave a finish, but
140.
that's the kind of score that can start to poke at your opponent. And that distance between the ribs, which just hurts a little bit.
27.
I don't know, but when Ben's throwing, I'm starting to recognise it's really, really pushing, overreaching. And as I say, it might come down to the fact that just trying that
83.
little bit too hard. And when you're in the moment, when you're in a match, and when it's short like this, there are no breaks. You're up there and until someone wins. It's quite hard to kind of regroup.
That's terrific.
180.
Really terrific.
52.
It's still in his hands. But just to emphasise Laura's point,
140.
his left shoulder
Payne
is
requires
starting
69.
to jerk a bit more than it has throughout this group. It's a bit more violent. Double 12.
57.
First
Payne
time in this match
requires
that we've
12.
seen somebody miss a check out of that ilk. And it's double 6 for both. Over the top of the flight, the other side.
6. Then you require 12.
Ben going for the same target. Going to try and use that dart. Hand
No
just
score.
creeps into double 13.
Fascinating for me to watch Osborne in the background there. As he goes for double 3.
Game
and
shot
takes a
the fifth
3-2 lead. That
Colin
will make Ben
Osborne.
feel really salty. But one thing that Osborne is he's
6
wise.
against Colin to throw first. Game on.
Very, very wise. So wise, in fact, that he could do with a beard like the other wizard. But he was doing something that a lot of people can learn
54.
from, and that's this breathing technique. And a lot of people subscribe to breathing techniques in sports like this to help
77.
your performance anxiety and things like that. But you place the importance on the exhale, not the inhale. And what Colin was doing at the edge of the stage was he was slowing down his exhale
81.
to about 8 or 9 seconds. And that actually slows your heart rate down. Very clever tactic. Listen to your
42.
Uncle Colin. Considering what he's been through in his career to rebuild his throw, rebuild his confidence, his mindset.
60.
He's gone through everything just to be here.
Yeah, in this kind of sport where it is just you.
58.
You're in control of everything. You're in control of your own outcomes, your own destiny. Sometimes you know you can get that adrenaline. Your heart can race away from you, and it does affect your ability to control your arm, control your throw. For me, sometimes even control my legs because they go like jelly because I'm so nervous.
Oh, yeah, it's one of the first things I was always taught by some of my county teammates.
48.
You got jelly legs yet? And then they'd say, good luck, jelly legs, when you're walking on the stage. And I said, you're supposed to be on my side.
It's the old team camaraderie, isn't it, that you come to expect a bit of banter.
59.
You're probably not that surprised to hear that it came from the likes of Dave Gradwell and Alan Davey. Two very good dart players from the Northeast that
134.
Colin knows very well. In fact, if there are two players I wish I could have here at the Super Series
38.
from my old county days. One
Colin, you
would
require
be Dave Gradwell,
124.
and the other one would be Chris Dobie's dad, Gordon. I still hold out hope he's going to make it someday. Osborne might make 2 points. He's got 2 visits, guaranteed.
84.
Osborne just using all those years of experience, teeing up tops for the match.
81.
I don't know what's been going on in the
And you
practice room,
require 40.
but Osborne has been doing his Alan Norris calisthenics there. Does it work? It does. It gets him points. Hallelujah! He's won a game. And he's got 4 legs in a match for the first time since yesterday. Ben Payne is at the foot of the table for the day with his worst performance so far, but he has one more chance to get 2 points on the board against Alan Norris in game 15. Osborne, with an 82.65 average, gets himself his first 2 points, and he goes to 6 points in the table. When we come back, another match to see who will lead the table overnight. So over to you, Scott Campbell.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
One more match in round number 4 today, and it's a big one for Scott Campbell because he knows now, because Johnny Haynes did him a favour in game 10, that if he wins this one, he's going to go top of the table because he's got the same leg difference as Willie Borland as it stands, but he's 2 points behind. Can he beat Chuck? Because he didn't yesterday.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Statistically, the worst performance of his group, 77.63, with 1 out of 12 on the doubles. And Laura, that's the one thing today for me that has impressed me the most about Scott. His doubles are better than yesterday by a mile.
Yeah, and consistently with the scoring as well. We've seen another ton plus average from Scott. I just think that he's just brought together kind of the whole package today. And
45.
pushing forward for it and really put himself in a good spot here to, like we say, to top the table. And as you mentioned earlier, it does come with its own advantages into finals night.
180.
I'm going to go back to something that I spoke to John Henderson about 18 months ago. John asked me for some advice, which was a bit surreal.
45.
And he asked me about confidence. And my analogy for confidence is as such. You can't go to a shop and buy it. If only we could. You can't get it
100.
Immediately. It just doesn't work that way. You can lose it just like that. Because you might have one thing that happens and your confidence is shattered.
35. Scott, you reckon 100.
But what you can do with confidence is you can build it. Brick by brick. It's like one of those card houses that you build step by step.
57.
By the time you've built a few layers, your confidence is really high. At the minute, Campbell is building towards something.
41.
Ever since he played Norris in round 2 yesterday, he has been building it at a very fast rate.
Kind
33.
Kind of looked unsure of what to do. Maybe the treble 7 just put him off. Caught between two ideas, maybe the 20 for 32, 12 for tops.
Yeah, that's a very fair assumption because yesterday he was found
83.
to be going for tops
So
on
you
double
require
16
40.
the equal amount of times. It's hard for us to say whether he actually does have a favourite of the two.
I think I actually heard you mention that. It was quite hard to work out if there were certain routes Scott will go. And there are some
30.
players that do play it quite fluidly, just what they feel when they step up to the oche, what's in their head. Whereas you've got players like Johnny Haynes, for example, who if he's got more than one dart in his hand at 10, he will go 2 double 4.
140. He's got your required 10.
Scott won't. Double 2.
8.
Willie Borland's
And
going
you
to be
require
enjoying this.
112.
If you think it doesn't matter, think again. 3 18s. Would have left tops.
54. Scott, you required 2.
And this is not given. It can get messy. You see that move across the oche.
Game's on the
Does do that
first
with
there.
so much
Scott
effect.
Campbell.
That really was very smart. A few years ago,
Second against Allen to throw first.
there were
Game on.
2 players who used to do that. They'd find a marker like that for tops or even the treble 20, and then they would move across the oche to use the size of the dart
60.
to slide it down the barrel and the stem. Those 2 players were Simon Whitlock and Kyle Anderson. Then we started to see Dimitri Vandenberg doing it and Darryl Gurney doing
91.
it. Now, that tactic is starting to seep through to the next level of players. Chuck's had a fabulous career. You wonder if there's another chapter or whether his legacy could potentially stop towards what he's got now.
100.
Came through Q School in 2015. Spent a good few years on the PDC circuit, picking up 3 PDC titles
59.
in 3 different countries. One of them being the German Darts Championship back in 2016, where he beat Jelle Klaassen in the final by 6 legs to 5. I know that one sits
60.
very bitterly in the mind of Jelle. He thinks that's the one that got away. But don't underestimate just how good Alan was in that tournament. He beat Steve West, funnily enough, in the quarterfinals, and Mensa Sulevic in the semis.
And you mentioned Jelle Klaassen.
43.
One of the weeks that I've done here before, we've seen Jelle Klaassen actually come out top winner of in the last series.
So when Jelle Klaassen's here and you're here, he wins.
100.
Let's not quite make that assumption. But why not? No, I don't know.
If that's the case, he's going to request that you're on the commentary booth for when he returns. We've already said that Alan Norris has got a favourite shirt for playing Johnny
57.
Haynes.
Scott, you require 150.
Why not have a favourite commentator? Yeah, Glenn Durrant never lost at Lakeside when I was there. Strange, isn't it? I started doing Lakeside.
100.
First year he won. Did the next 2. Then he went to the PDC, and that was the year that Wayne Warren won.
96.
It had
Scott, you
nothing to do
require
with me.
50.
It had everything to do with Glenn.
Yeah.
Let's just make that clear.
Oh, who knows? When players do have some superstitions. I'm not saying that Glenn would necessarily have the superstition of you being present at each time he won.
Game's on the second
But
leg.
there are some funny old
Scott
superstitions
Campbell.
that players do have.
Yes, there are. Whether you're superstitious or not,
Delegate Scott to
you
throw
have
first.
to believe that Scott Campbell
Game
is
on.
taking charge of this group by the minute. Just imagine if he gets a big victory against Allen and then elongates his leg difference advantage over Willie Borland. That would mean that
100.
Borland would have to beat Colin Osborne next to have a chance of winning the group.
$24.
I think it's a fascinating end to this group, actually, to see who wins it.
it's just a different dynamic, isn't it? Sometimes this race right at the end, we're still fighting for who's going to qualify to Saturday,
41.
but this is fighting for position. This is fighting for pride. As I say, both two proud Scotsmen sitting 1 and 2 at the moment. It's Scott Campbell that's leapfrogged Willie Borland.
Recently, the World
93.
Athletics Championships were on in Budapest, and there were lots of people who were celebrating getting silver and bronze medals. But the people that get remembered most are the people that finished
140.
first, like Josh Kerr, who beat Jakob Ingebrigtsen in the 1500. His name is eternal now.
Yeah, as are the Ingebrigtsens. Very strong runners.
125.
Notice that both Scott Campbell and Alan Norris do that foot up, stood on the oche.
I don't get it. I don't know what it's about.
Almost in the same place.
100.
Johnny Clayton does it too. I've asked Johnny and he just says, it's something I do. Well, thanks for the explanation, Johnny. I'm a bit more like Ian White. I like to place my foot very carefully behind the mark. It's always been my way.
99. Scott, you're recording
Someone
120.
said to me recently, that's very you. I'm not really sure what that says about me.
We're quite neat and clinical.
I get that a lot.
Yeah.
Someone even called me regimented once, and I thought that's a compliment because I actually did want to be in the
50.
military at one
And you
point.
require 160.
160 for Norris. That chance is gone with the natural tungsten-coloured darts.
60. Scott, you require 70.
This is one of those numbers that tells you what he prefers. Oh, well, no, it doesn't. I didn't think he was going to go for the 14s. It's like he's playing roulette with the finishes. Oh, what can I choose this time?
38. Alan, you require 100.
Next time, I'm not going to speculate.
I mean, for me, that's a treble 18, double 8 kind of finish. I do prefer that. I like the way it breaks down naturally, 16, through to 8, 4, 2,
40.
and normally double 1 in my
32.
case.
Well, one thing we can say is he had 49 left with one dart in his hand, and he chose to leave 32. It was a good
James on the
choice.
third leg. Scott Campbell.
More bad news for Borland. I asked the question of many young
Fourth leg,
players.
it's Alan to throw first.
What's your favourite double?
Game
and
on.
they say, I'm not sure. I tell them to go to the board and I say, 52 checkout, please. And then when they automatically go for a
96.
12, I say, well, you prefer double top of a double 16, don't you? Because that proves it.
I don't know, though, because I've got a different theory of this, because I was always told not to go for a single number if you could bust it. So 52, if you slip into that
60.
treble, and that's down to how confident you're feeling about how accurate you are.
Very true. Very true. For an aspiring dart player, that's good advice from Laura, actually. Because there's no way of busting the shot if you go for a 12.
58.
Or, indeed, a 16. Hit the treble 16, you leave yourself double 2. It's not the ideal scenario, but at least you don't bust the score.
Whoa,
And there's been plenty of those today
180.
from Scott Campbell. I'm really looking forward to collating his numbers at the end of the day. He might not be playing at his optimum in this match, but he hasn't had to.
57.
No, it's been dominant, and I think for Alan Norris, has had a few wins, currently sitting third in the table. Has pushed his way up a bit.
100.
I feel like he's run out a little bit of steam here towards the tail end of what would be day 5 of play for him.
Still trying to get something from himself.
180.
Tell you what, if he put any more
Scott,
into
you're
that,
161.
he would have done a triple axel.
Hear the physical exertion from Alan Norris at the end of that throw.
Trying to go down the barrel again.
57.
Not this time.
And you've got 110.
Earlier in the day, he went bull on this shot. Well, look on the bright side. Still got a finish of 97 with 2 darts remaining. Double top.
Game
well,
shot
that's a little bit
flag.
unconventional.
Alan
and he
Norris.
enjoyed that, didn't he?
I think I could actually hear that possibly back at the old venue in
Fifth wicket,
Southampton. That
Scott
was
to
a
throw
proper roar.
first. Game on.
Yeah, I do get the feeling that that might have hurt his back as well. Oops. That might be the loudest roar of the week.
140.
Having said that, if Conan the Barbarian wins on Saturday night, that might be loud.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a few shouts from our players on Saturday.
Hey,
the business end. So different to what they've done all week.
And we will have some people here watching along. If you want to join us, please get in touch with us. Dartshop.tv. Small
28.
booking fee will allow you to reserve a seat. We hope you can join us here on Saturday night. Laura will be here. I'll be here. Henry will be here as well. Great way to spend your Saturday night in a very unique darting environment here in Portsmouth. Even had people turn up with their own T-shirts saying, "That's Modus, baby." Well, they're right. When you come all the way from Scotland, you want to make sure it's worth it. Campbell's going to be coming back tomorrow. Alan Norris is going to be going home.
Just the one deciding factor. How many points will Alan Norris be sat on?
60.
He's trying to mount a charge, trying to fight back. That's Scott Campbell. Just got that bit too much for him.
60.
You would fancy that this position is too strong for Scott. And Alan's last game in the group will be against Ben Payne. Then is the only person left
29.
in this group not to get
So you
points
require
today.
133.
Alan has 2 wins. Campbell has 3. He's on the cusp of 4. Could even have a
93.
perfect day, just like Willie Borland yesterday. That would breed some confidence going into the final day of the week.
$25. Scott,
I
you
think the
require
connectivity
40.
of his hand and arm to the dart now is starting to get a little bit detached as Campbell goes for double 10. That match is won by the man from Scotland. A 4-1 victory means that he's now top of the table. And Willie Borland has got some catching up to do. He's only got 1 match remaining, and it is against Colin Osborne next. But as for that one, Scott Campbell wins a game, but it wasn't a classic. Norris struggling at times. He only got 1 shot at a double. He did hit it, but Campbell got 15 with 4 successes. He wins that one by 4 legs to 1.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where everything is signed, sealed and delivered at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. For the break, we saw Scott Campbell get the better of Alan Norris by 4 legs to 1. And this is how the table is set in situ then, with one round of matches to go. The one thing that is still to be decided is who's going to be the group victor. That is between Scott Campbell and Willie Borland, and it'll all depend on what happens in terms of their results in the final round of matches. Well, it is Borland in action now. He takes on Colin Osborne. Final game for him at the Live Lounge this week. But it's been a great week off the Oku. We say many congratulations to him, a granddad for the first time yesterday. Hopefully he signs off in a good performance. And watching this one is Paul and Laura.
Yeah, thank you very much. And echoing that, congratulations to Colin and the Osborne family. So this is an interesting one for me because Colin Osborne obviously hasn't quite had the performances that he's wanted. Did manage to get a win in the last one. But for Willie Borland, he's topped the table, he knew this through, and since then I really have seen quite a drop in terms of his performance. He's kind of relaxed and realised, I've done enough, I'm through to Saturday, which is the goal. But now he's got this fight on with fellow Scotsman Scott Campbell for top spot. 57. And it all kind of comes down to this, because a loss here for Willie Borland would actually see Scott Campbell top the table.
Well said, Laura.
140.
I think overnight, seeing that 10 points unruffled,
60.
Maybe seeing Willie just think, well, if I get 2 wins, I'll be fine. And you're right, the mission is to make Saturday. But imagine if we're sitting here on Saturday night saying, do you know when he took his foot off the pedal? We saw it. Your prospective opponents are seeing it too. Never take your foot off the pedal because somebody will overtake you.
91.
The best thing you can do right now is accelerate towards the end and set a mark
81.
That Scott will have to topple. Beat Osborne, and Campbell would have to beat Haynes.
Game shot in the first leg.
Borland is not beating Osborne.
No, and after those seven
consecutive
wins on the spin for Willie Borland, that 7th win confirmed his place in Saturday's final. Since then, hasn't won a match, lost the last 2. And I think Colin Osborne, he's got the experience. He's going to want to finish
140.
with a bang himself.
He's got a win today as well. So now that he's broken his little streak
140.
of losses, he can try and put something together that will feed his confidence for the next time he comes here. And he's playing quicker now. Seems to suit him.
180.
I know it's early, but he's in Darryl Pilgrim territory here. That's one of the records that he doesn't hold.
Yes.
90. What do you reckon?
You actually know Jason Askew, don't you?
Yeah. Hello, Jason.
And he held that average record
91.
for 2.5 years. At one point, we thought it was never going to be broken. How does he feel now that it has been broken by someone else from his neck of the woods?
I haven't seen him since that's happened, but It's inevitable. Records are set, and ultimately they do get broken. But
Game shot in the second leg.
good shot there from
Borland.
Willie Borland with regards to the records. You know, it was a tough one to beat, and it was an exceptional performance that beat it.
Third leg, it's
The
Collins
fact
to
that
throw
it lasted
first.
for that long has got to mean something.
Absolutely. Quite a few people tried, and a lot of people failed to get over the line in the end.
59.
But the thing that's the funniest, in my opinion, is that in the same week, Pilgrim beat that average
57.
record twice. Once with a loss, and then once with a win. I did hang my hat on the fact that I thought the 120 mark would be broken by the end of 2023. I'm surprised it's taken so long.
42.
Wonder when the next time will be.
Yeah, but it is a shorter format, which can lend itself to higher averages. However, from a player's point of view, that is still quite a lot of perfection that you need to find.
135.
1 dart in 20, and that's it. Your average has dropped right the way back down again. One missed shot.
55. Colin, you record 167.
1/3 of a leg remaining for Colin.
I mean, a 9 dart is good, but would that be the ultimate 9 for you?
Oh, yeah. Love to see that. But nobody's going to try it.
100. Colin, you record 122.
I can see somebody maybe going for the first 167. If they were to get the first one, they'd maybe try for the second one. But can you imagine the scenes if somebody was to do that?
56.
I think Bobby George missed a bull doing it once. Might have been an exhibition. Well before smartphones and ubiquitous filming.
47. Colin, you record 66.
666. He's had this marker on 666 before today.
Game
But
shot
on the previous
third leg.
occasion, he didn't hit
Colin
it. This
Osborne.
time he does. This is a great performance from Colin. Very much like his best performance of the week, where he
Fourth leg, it's
averaged
Willie to throw first.
99.9 in a match in Group A.
180.
Strong reply there from Willie Borland. First 180 of the match for him.
Another?
135.
Not quite. That was a particularly pretty 180 as well from Willie. It's like a cricket stump.
100.
Planting them in the ground, equally distanced apart. And now that these guys are starting to relax a bit, we're starting to see what they can actually do.
180.
Colin's kind of come out, hasn't he? And
100.
he's throwing faster. He's looking more aggressive, more positive. I've had enough of playing like this. I know what I can do.
40, yeah.
It's a strange chemical sensation when you're playing your best under very little pressure.
90. Will he record
He's hitting
121?
almost everything he's going for right now. Willie is not getting a shot at the ball
53.
himself.
Colin, you record 96.
This will be the best checker of the match. Now, what does he want to do? He likes tops, so double 18 makes sense. Or does he want 2 double 19s? Question answered.
56.
That was close.
Will he record 68?
But this to level the match. Double 16.
36.
Now a huge
Colin,
chance
you
here for
require
Colin Osborne to
40.
go within 1 of this match.
And for a break throw. Double 5. No split
30.
option there for
Will he
Osborne.
require 32?
And too many times that's happened over the last couple of days.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Willie
leg.
Borland does
Willie
survive
Borland.
once again. Now look at it, Osborne on the
it's
stage.
Collins
It
at
actually
reverse.
reminds me of
Game on.
Mark Webster's favourite joke. I'm sure he's told you this joke.
He has said so many. I'm not joking.
83.
I'll tell you this joke. He tells it better than I do, but Paul, Ringo, George and John are walking down the
95.
street in Liverpool and they see this little beetle walking next to the zebra crossing. And John says, "Hello, mate, we named our band
140.
after you." The beetle looks up and says, "What, Colin?"
99.
God, that actually sounds perfectly like every other joke that Webby's told me previously.
Oh, he's a good lad. Still a good player.
180.
There's a bit of spice in that, isn't there? It's almost like Osborne refuses to leave us without a win.
100.
It's actually John Henderson's favourite joke as well.
I can imagine John liking that.
Yeah, he likes a good dad joke.
82.
He's coming back for double 8 after 12. It's not often you have a leg.
171.
485 points, and you've already had a shot at double. But it's double 4. Round the houses again.
Game shot on the
But
fifth
finding
leg.
the key for
Colin
3-2 up.
Osborne.
Yeah, I was slightly concerned there. We were going to see a repeat of the leg before. And Colin missed all 3.
Sixth leg, it's Willie
the
to throw
double.
first.
As you said before, this is
59.
on par with the best that we've seen from Colin Osborne this week.
Absolutely right. 3 maximums. That's more like it. When you consider
45.
that all day yesterday he had 180. He's got triple that in this game alone.
96.
Like Laura said at the top of this game,
140.
Willie loses this one. He is not going to win this group.
180. $140.
I'm not going to chastise
130.
Willie for leaving 166 there because he did hit a maximum to leave that number.
Yeah, sometimes there is nothing you can do.
136. Willie requires 36.
Willie misses this. Great setup shot there from Colin Osborne.
28.
Oh,
Colin, you
I
require
hate that
40.
when that happens. Splitting the 18s and the 9s. That third dart, he
Game
can't do anything
shot
about
and
it.
the match.
And he can't do anything
Colin
about
Osborne.
the top of the group anymore because Scott Campbell, if he wins his next game, he's going to win it on points. As for Osborne, he's just left us with an absolute firework display. 101.93. That is the second best average of the entire week. He'll be wondering where that's been. But congratulations, Grandad. You win by 4 legs to 2 with a brilliant goodbye. We'll see you soon, Colin. As for Willie, we'll see you tomorrow.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined up here on the balcony by Willie Ball. And Willie, many congratulations. Finally through to a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. Just sum up how you feel qualifying for the Saturday night.
I'm happy to get over the line. Obviously, the last twice I've been down here, it's been nip and tuck, and I've just lost out. So I'm happy with getting through. So now on to tomorrow. I can't wait.
There was a little bit of an itch being scratched for you to get through to that Saturday night because you had, as you say, a couple of near misses in the past. Do you feel like at some point you needed to get yourself through?
No, definitely. I feel like today, even though I won my first 2 games, I put a little bit too much pressure on myself, and I know that. But no, I'm just happy to get through, even though it's looking like I finished second in the group. I'm just happy to get through to Saturday, and now hopefully I can go on and actually just produce the darts that I know I'm capable of producing.
Where do you feel the Willie Borland game is at the minute?
Well, it's definitely after the first few months of the year. It could have been anywhere. Obviously, I've gone through things at home and stuff, but no, I'm happy to start producing on the Challenge Tour as well. I'm producing some of my best stuff, and it's getting back to where it should be. So now my main focus is obviously tomorrow night and then on to the future, which would be, well, Q School, etc. So.
I was going to say, we're heading into autumn, so we can officially talk about Q School now. How much is these next few months about getting yourself in the best possible place to get that tour card back?
No, definitely. As I said, obviously the vaults start back up. I think it's 11th of September or October. I can't remember. But no, I'm looking forward to just now obviously putting as many events as that, get match practice, and obviously January is going to be massive for me. So looking forward to that.
Has that been the biggest difference for you the last couple of months, those vaults events?
No, definitely, 100%. As I said yesterday in an interview, playing 3-4 nights a week in vaults. If it wasn't for the vaults events back in Scotland, then it would just be local leagues. So I have to take my hats off to Steve Brown and Scott Hunt and that, because they've changed amateur darts for the better. So I'm just happy that I'm playing competitively 4 or 5 nights a week now.
And then going back into tomorrow night's finale, in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge. How much are you looking forward to embracing that as well?
No, definitely. I feel like I play well under pressure, and even though I put a wee bit too much pressure on myself today, but I'm just happy to get through. And as I said, there's going to be no pressure on me tomorrow. Now I'm looking forward to playing against. It's going to be top players again, so I need to play at the top of my game to go on to win it now.
Well, Willie, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. Well done on getting through to finals night. So we're going to see Willie Borland tomorrow evening at the finals here at the Super Series. We are also going to see Scott Campbell there. Now, he's going to take on Johnny Haynes. It's his final game of the week here at the Live Lounge. And watching this one in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Thanks, Henry. And you've just answered the question of will he or won't he? Will he? Will. And he has. So he's going to Saturday alongside this man who has won this group. Congratulations, Scott. This has been a very good debut.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Up until that last game, Scott was the only person to have registered a ton-plus average this week. But now he's got company in the departing
85.
Colin Osborne, who just had an average of 101.93, which is the best of the day by 0.03 of a point. I just wonder if Campbell knows
123.
that. And his motivation against Johnny Haynes is twofold. One, to better that. Secondly, to have a
40.
perfect day points-wise.
Yeah, and I think the other element of that is just how well Johnny Haynes has played today. He's still sat at the bottom of the table, but picked up a few wins. And in the context with
59.
Scott Campbell, that crucial win over Willie Borland, which has now seen him sneak past and sitting top of the table.
Yeah, I think there's an extra 2 people on the
140.
Christmas card list of Scott Campbell, that's for sure. Osborne and Haynes. They've done him a very big favour. But now, from here on out, it's about him doing himself a favour.
100.
This group is done. That job is complete. When it comes to tomorrow, it's all in his hands. That cutthroat format of Saturday night,
100.
where the 6 players who qualify will be split in 2. They then get 2 games per group. Get yourself in the top 2 of 3 players. You will be in the semi-finals and respectively the final.
137. Johnny Rick 136.
Squeeze one in between the
60.
2. Would have left
Scotty
double
McQuire,
18.
82.
But Scott Campbell he's in a good position already to make an early break of throw. Needs a double 11.
71. Johnny requires 76.
And this is where it can get quite messy. Johnny Haynes back for 76.
Oh, look, it's double four again.
Game shot on the first leg.
What a shock.
Johnny Haynes.
Maybe he likes double four more than anybody else.
It's completely contrasting. We still can't
Second
quite
is
work
Scott
out
to
if
throw
Scott
first.
Campbell's got
Game
a favourite double, and I think Johnny Haynes leaves no one doubting.
Twice now in the second half of play today, we've seen him try to leave double 14 on purpose. 82.
140.
He goes treble 18, which would have left 28. He had 70 a little bit earlier and bamboozled me completely by going for treble 14 for double 14.
95.
Indeed. Yeah, double 14 is not one of those horrible doubles.
Until you hit a 14 and then it leaves 7, which is, in my opinion, a horrible
100.
double.
It's not nice. Dart players and people who work in this industry hate odd numbers.
Radio has to be on an even number. TV has to be on an even number.
121.
The only one I can slightly tolerate is 5. Don't ask me why.
Oh, finally.
Oh, really? Yes.
I've met someone of a like mind.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I'm exactly the
57.
same. 25 is an all right number on the volume,
Yes. Ends in a 5.
but 15 not so much.
55.
So it's got to be even apart from 25, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's always even.
We are pre-programmed animals here in the world of darts.
Honestly, you ask my kids, my husband, anything. They put it on something odd. And one of the worst, like 13, 11. Ugh, no, can't do it.
Yeah, but I've got people who do it on purpose
Yeah,
just to
that's the thing.
antagonise me.
Exactly. So you learn something new about someone every day.
I'll tell you a little tale about
25. Scott, you
my
require
partner.
109.
Actually, first time she spent a weekend at my house, she knew I was quite regimented with things in the bathroom, and everything was facing forwards. I
53.
went in the bathroom the next morning, everything was facing backwards. Just to antagonise me, I thought, okay, so it's going to be like that, is it? Art players
47.
and sports
Scott, you
people
require
on the whole
56.
have all got their little idiosyncrasies and foibles.
Game shot on the
That
second
is an
leg.
equaliser for Scott Campbell. Doesn't matter how relaxed you are, everybody's got something. Johnny
Third leg
Haynes
is
has got
Johnny
his
to throw
chalk.
first. Game on.
We are yet to learn the foibles of Scott Campbell, but I'm sure we're going to learn a little bit more about him
99.
the rest of this match and for tomorrow. One thing we do know is that Hendo was right, because he's the one who was beating the drum for Scott
83.
when he was brought in as a replacement for David Evans. Not a bad substitute.
No, it's been a great performance.
45.
When he played his last match yesterday, that was his big average moment against Ben Payne, 103.66. And a small matter of 4 hits on double from 5 attempts.
Yeah, not quite in that territory at the moment. Neither player able to
45.
recapture their best.
There is a risk at this stage when everything has been determined that the game can become a little bit more
81.
difficult, because that adrenaline going through your veins, it sharpens your focus. It gives you a little bit of extra performance anxiety, but that's a good thing.
58.
I always judge, and judge is probably too harsh a word, actually. Gauge is a better word. How confident a dart player is by how many dart shirts they bring. Now, I'm assuming they don't wear the same one day on day, because that is somewhat frowned upon. But they've got to go a long way to beat Peter Jakes, who brings
60.
8.
137.
One for luck.
8 different colours. But if this guy brought 3 shirts,
87.
I applaud him, because he was right. Well, we know that Johnny's got at least 2.
100.
Because he didn't wear this
Scott,
one
you require
yesterday.
I
50.
have never seen this one. I don't think I've ever really seen a dart shirt in that colour before. It's kind of like a golden bronze type.
You just hit the nail on the head there, Laura. It looks like one of those old Gold Bar biscuits.
Yeah.
Game shot.
That is a 2-1 lead for Campbell.
Scott Campbell.
Starting to think that he likes double 16 over double top, but prove me wrong, Scott.
4th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
The last Scottish winner of a weekly title here in Portsmouth, I believe, was Andy Bolton. That was in the middle portion of Series 4.
57.
We are yet to get Scottish representation in Champions Week here in Series 5, but there are 2 players who might be able to do it for
60.
north of the border. Borland or Campbell. I can't believe we're coming into the 10th game of Scott's campaign, and I have made no soup jokes.
45.
There's still time. There's still time. We've got all day tomorrow.
It would be a really good dart shirt for Scott, and I'm just throwing this out there. Get a little bit of Andy
44.
Warhol on the back of the shirt with the old Campbell's soup can. He's gone down the more traditional route of the tartan and the shield and everything like that. Nothing wrong with that.
$24.
Yeah, I get the feeling he just threw big there. Didn't want to go follow the first 2 into the 1.
$100.
I wonder how Johnny's going to be feeling about his week. Ultimately one of frustration. And when he came here on Monday morning, he'll have thought, you know what, I've got a really good chance of getting a second weekly title. And there are plenty of weekly winners here. Conan Whitehead, one of the most successful champions here at the MODUS Super Series. Colin Osborne, with 5 weekly wins himself. Johnny Haynes, a weekly winner.
41.
Dan Reed, he got a weekly title back in Southampton. And Steve West has never failed to win the week when he's been here this year. 2 titles to his name, and he's going for a 3rd in the next 36 hours, providing he does get through Group B tonight.
Yeah, it's really tight, isn't it, in Group B?
76.
Steve West in a good position, but so are 3 others, and one of those 3 cannot get through. You asked me earlier which 3 get through. I don't know if it's easier or harder to think which one doesn't get through. And Reed obviously with an outside chance, but on 0 points, so a lot of things would have to go his way.
100.
At this stage, based on the leg difference, you'd have to maybe look at Richard North as the one that might lose out. He's got the last game
85.
of the schedule,
Scott,
though,
you require
and it might come down to that
146.
game. Stay with us, if you can, a little bit later on tonight from 10 p.m. local time.
Well, I do hope it does go down to the last game.
42.
Well, we're excited.
So do I.
95.
I love it when that happens.
I'm sure the rest of the field possibly won't want it to go that
Oh,
close.
no, they want it done as soon as possible, that's for sure. Chance for Campbell to go 3-1 up.
Scott, you require 104.
So many routes for this. But the route stipulates what double you want to leave at the end. I would go 18s because I like double 16. He's going 16s because obviously he likes double top.
84.
Which is
Johnny
completely
require
counter to
56.
the idea that he was actually starting to like 32.
Absolutely. I've got no idea what he prefers.
36.
Let's see how he feels about double 10 and what has been a very scrappy leg.
Scott, you require 20.
To be within 1 leg of registering a very handy 18 points in the table, but that
No
is
score.
one of the reasons
Johnny
why
required 20.
Johnny Haynes prefers to split double five. And he's going to do it again.
Game shot
He's
on
an
the fourth
absolute
leg.
ninja at
Johnny
double four,
Haynes.
isn't he? Why don't you get a dart shirt with double four on it, Johnny? There's an idea.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I guess it's playing the statistics, isn't it, at the end of the day, and what you're comfortable with.
85.
I have seen some players go to split and then actually miss a single number, and then you've wasted 2 darts, 2 opportunities. But Johnny Haynes, so confident in that route.
Do you think there are players as well that have
57
spells in their career where they'll do certain things? He might have at one point have spent a lot of time on double five, and because of constantly missing it,
81.
he may have changed his plan.
Well, if you look at someone, say, like Mervyn King, who would probably go out of his way to hit an 8 off of tops to leave 32 just because he had a dislike for tops for so long now. Seems to be, they seem to be getting on a bit better. He will go for them. So, yes, there are. I mean, that's quite an extreme version. Most people would still go for tops if they had it left.
45.
The story behind that was that some statistics came out and they were talking about who the best double top hitter was on tour. And Mervyn was near the top. And he got wind of it. And he thought, well, that doesn't make sense. Because I leave 32 all the time. And then he started leaving it a bit more and he was constantly hitting it. So he didn't shy away from it as much.
140.
Now, Johnny Haynes, a little bit earlier on this afternoon, left 150. He went for 3 bulls.
59.
Is this the right time to do it again?
I think he will.
I'd like to say he's getting closer, but he's actually not.
42.
Well, we did see Conan Whitehead, who was prolific on the bullseye in Group A. He went for that a few times himself this week. So it feels like a little inter-competition of who can get another first.
I do like that shot in the right moment. A bit like when Kasumi Sato did it a year ago. 50 left, bullseye, bang.
76.
Just like that. I love that
Johnny
shot.
required 108.
Someone like Kasumi Sato would be quite strong on the soft tip, play off the bullseye quite a lot.
90. Scott, you require 54.
Not to say that Scott's going to go 4 bull here. It will be 14 for double top. That's a
Game
breakthrough
shot on the
for
fifth
Scott.
leg.
He will
Scott
now have a chance
Campbell.
to serve this one out. Again, not a classic. Very similar to what we had
Scott to throw
with
first.
Scott playing Alan Norris.
Game on.
But they don't put averages on trophies, do they? The words of Chris Mason. Very wise words. Even though I will probably talk about the averages a little bit later.
Yeah, but they're a good guide, aren't they?
And the averages might not be big.
140.
But the checkout success is very respectable. Nearly 43% there for Scott. As you can see, 3 hits from 7. But 40% for Haynes, 2 from 5. That's where you want to be all the time. 40% and above. You're not going to do that all the time, but that's where you aspire to be.
121.
And that's proof that maybe that the punk has just lost his mojo a little bit in this last match of his schedule.
68.
We've got position 1 playing, position 6 on the table. It's always going to be a bit of a struggle. Johnny Haynes can turn out a result, but he'd just be a bit too much, especially
85.
Scott now down under 200.
Johnny Haynes is on the Graham Gooch here, 3-3-3.
66. Got your record 155.
You don't know that reference, you're not a cricket fan. But the fact remains that it's 2 visits for 155 for a perfect day.
131.
10 points from 10 to go into Saturday night with a real streak behind him.
95. Scott, you required 24.
In fact, the last time he lost was game 8 yesterday. This would be for a 7th win in a row. Ironically, the last person to beat him was Willie Borland.
18.
Yeah, and even more ironically, it was Willie Borland who had 7 consecutive starts.
It's almost like a bookend, isn't it? Someone starts with 7, someone ends with 7.
100.
But he's still got another job to do.
6.
He's not over the line yet. One more dart and you can rest. And it's tricky. Well, how does he hit this? Oh, he's going to go left. I thought he was going to go the other way.
3.
That was a very difficult shot.
Johnny requires 72.
Yeah, one you have to go for, 1 dart in hand, but was always going to be awkward. 72 here. So 48 left. 8 for tops.
32. Scott, you require 3.
Nobody on planet Earth likes this checkout. Nobody. Again, he has to move.
No score.
Told you. It's a horrible out.
Johnny require 40.
And affords Johnny another opportunity at tops.
20.
It's just not a lot of energy
Scott,
left in that right arm.
3.
And Campbell's got no option. It's not as if you can try a different route for this. There's only one route for it. Every time he hits that single, he's going to have to move because of the way his darts sit in the board.
No
Wrong
score.
double.
Johnny required 20.
So a let off here for Johnny Haynes. Double 10.
Game
And this
shot
time
on
Johnny
6
Haynes
fair.
does pin
Johnny
double 10,
Haynes.
and we have an even match. One thing I have liked about all the players,
7
and I
from
know it
final leg is Johnny
quite
to
similar
throw
most weeks, but the
first.
camaraderie,
Game on.
the sportsmanship between the groups of players.
I just want to get your input, Laura, because next week,
180.
as we acknowledge that 180 from Johnny, which is the first one of the match, by the way. We've got 17-year-old Leighton Bennett playing next week. He's a particularly fiery young man.
91.
If you had any advice for him for next week, what would it be?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity, isn't it? Playing up here on the stage. We know he's played on
100.
massive stages before, but it's enjoying it. It's enjoying the experience and possibly taking something from the more experienced players around you. I mean, Leighton's got bundles of talent.
81.
But I think anyone at every age has still got things to learn. And I think, have a look at the people around you, listen to what they're saying, absorb the information and just make the most of it. Enjoy it.
43.
It's going to be a lot of narrative next week, that's for sure. Leighton, Benjamin, Drew, Royce, and then you've got Mindy is here next week. Mindy Barauskas.
Yeah, enjoy seeing him pairs partner, isn't he, with Darius Labanauskas. Is one of those matches you really have to have your teeth
27.
in for if you've got to do commentary.
Yeah, Lithuanian dart players are a great voice exercise, a bit like Ron Burgundy. Darius
100.
Labanauskas. Sounds like a Bond baddie, doesn't it? From the old Sean Connery days. Well, Johnny is proving to be the bad guy here because he might be upsetting the Scott Campbell party. Not that he hasn't had enough opportunities to get the job done.
138.
But Johnny hits
requires
this,
78.
he will get 8 points for the day. He got none yesterday.
66.
He's
Scott, you
still
require
got to finish the job. And Scott
164.
Campbell will come back outside chance here with a 164.
That chance is gone.
58. Johnny required 12.
Double 6. To end with a win, just like Osborne. That's what he does.
Shot on the match.
And the one person who gets the
Johnny
perfect day in Group C is Willie Borland. Scott Campbell falls a little bit short, but in the quest for the top spot in the group, it is Campbell that gets it by 4 legs in the leg difference. They will share 14 points, Campbell and Borland. but they will both go through. We have one more match left here in the Group C campaign. It's Alan Norris and Ben Payne. Don't miss that.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're joined up here on the balcony by Scott Campbell. Scott, many congratulations. First time here at the Super Series, group winner, Saturday qualifier. What a way to make a first impression.
Very nervous again at the start of this morning. I knew mine and Ben's game was massive, both sitting on 6 points. So once I got through that one, kicked in a little bit. And then we kind of just took it from there. Had a really good one against Colin, and that kind of put my leg difference right up there again. So I kind of knew it wasn't far away, so the nerves kind of overtook the adrenaline, so I just kind of need to find what I need tomorrow, find the right balance.
Did you feel like you were learning as you went on that stage environment?
Yeah, 100%. If I'm being brutally honest, like Colin, although I beat Colin 4-0 today, Colin's been fantastic since I got down here on Wednesday. Once he finished his session on Wednesday, he phoned us, invited us up, and obviously met the rest of the players and stuff like that. So it was fantastic just having that to settle in. So the players' room's been really good as well.
Have you found the whole Super Series experience so far?
Just again, it's brilliant, and hopefully I get invited back. It's just finding the right balance between nerves and adrenaline, and then if I can control that, then yeah, I'll do okay.
So into tomorrow night's final, any expectations, or are you just going to go and enjoy the occasion?
100% just enjoy the occasion. Anything else is a bonus. I'll have to go back now and book an extra flight, and that'll keep a wife happy back home. Like, but yeah, it's what it is. If I was going to get told I was going to win a few games this weekend, absolutely brilliant. But to qualify group winner is magic. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
And finally, your mate John Henderson helped. Obviously, been a big mentor to you over the years. How important is he been on your darting journey?
Again, like even with you've got John, Veronica, his wife's lovely, helps us all the time. Sean coming back, as I says in the first interview after 10 years, just kind of spurred me on. This year the challenge tour's been hard. Again, I was nervous in that first interview, but if I can hit a double, like the draws aren't as Phil says, aren't as bad as that actually. Like what it says, but sitting at a table with proven winners, John Henderson, Andy Bolton, guys like that, it really helps. Yeah, looking forward to see what happens.
We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Scott, many congratulations. It's been great to see you on your Super Series day. We're going to see Scott Campbell back tomorrow night here at the Live Lounge Reports. We're going to see Ben Payne here tomorrow for the ADC Undisputed match against Richard North. But he's going to round off his Super Series campaign now against Alan Norris. And watching this one in the commentary box is Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Great to hear from Scott there, and many congratulations to him. Good luck booking a new flight, though. The way things have been with air traffic control this week in the UK, I'm sure you'll be fine. At worst, you can always drive home. It's a bit of a journey. From the south coast of England to the northern tip of Scotland. That is a long journey. But if you win tomorrow night, you might even be able to afford a helicopter. One more match left. It will be Ben Payne trying to get off the bottom of the table.
First leg, it's Alan to throw
And
first.
as it stands
Game
at the
on.
minute, Ben has got -6 leg difference. Alan Norris has got -8. So this could well be a shootout, Laura, to see who finishes bottom of the table.
20.
Yeah, and it's a real change of fortunes, isn't it, for Ben Payne? Been quite unlucky. He had a couple of 4-3s early on. Just, I felt, and I think you felt the same. He kind of really over-tried. He was trying so hard in the match before, perhaps trying to force the issue. But cracking start to this final match there for Ben Payne, who kicks off with 180.
Now compounds the pain, no pun intended, of Alan Norris, because he started with 20.
68.
That switch here.
What?
He didn't. Glad he didn't.
180.
Come on, Ben. Alan knows a thing or two about 9 daughters. He bagged £35,000 for a 9 daughter he hit at Minehead once. And because he's so far behind in this leg,
100.
he
They
wants
require
Ben to hit this. We
141.
all do. Wrong treble.
But a phenomenal start here from Ben Payne, who, as I
43.
said, has had mixed fortunes this afternoon.
Well, if he's banking fist bumps, he's a very rich man at the minute. They're being handed out more often than you would if you were playing in Japan, because they love a fist bump over there.
Yes, and in America, it's a high five or a fist bump every throw, especially in a pairs match, I've noticed before. First time I went out to Las Vegas,
Then you require 98.
I had no idea. It wasn't something that we particularly did, not even fist bumps over here at the time. It was a few years ago and just completely threw me.
58.
Hit a bad score, high five. No, that's not how it works. Don't reward me for bad scores.
I think that's just bad fortune. Everything that could go wrong in this leg, it's happening to Alan Norris. His opponent is playing beautifully. Alan's had 2 dots, maybe even 3 on the floor. He's had a score of 3.
Then you require 40.
Might as well just chuck this leg away, Alan. There was an argument there for busting that.
Yeah, I agree. And also, from Alan's point of view, okay, you want to stay in the leg, but it's one of those ones you kind of hope your opponent finishes off when you're having that much luck, and then you just reset and start again on the next one.
I agree.
121.
It's one of those situations for Ben
10.
where he should learn from this.
No score.
And he's hit the double top too late.
Yeah, the irony is there. If he did actually bust, he would have won the leg.
Well said. Listen to your Auntie Laura.
$55.
Still feels like
Then
an
you
effort for
require
Alan.
10.
Double 5. Could have been a really good leg.
6.
Now it might be a leg that he should never have
And you require
lost.
94.
But he could.
Yeah, we're kicking off with 6 perfect darts and has now afforded an opportunity to Alan Norris, which he's not able to take. So
34.
then back for double
Then
2.
you require 4.
The adrenaline levels of a player when they've had 6 perfect darts.
2.
It really messes with your head.
I get like that after 3.
And you
so-
require 60.
Well, if Alan's feeling frisky, he might go treble 12, double 12 here. Nah, I was only kidding. Come on. Darts in the way.
40.
I don't think
Then you require 2.
Chuck has got the capabilities of a flatty.
No, not like Daryl Gurney.
No score.
Well, penny for Ben's thoughts.
Alan, you require 20.
Well, it was a potential 9 after 6 perfect darts. Now coming up to 27.
Game shot on the
That's a
first
28
leg.
dart leg
Alan Norris.
for Alan Norris there. But as you say, again, I know we say
Second
about
against
it.
Ben to
Ben
throw
is the ADC
first.
qualifier. It's the
Game
first time, and he's admitted himself that he's played in this kind of arena. To go out there and hit 6 perfect darts, you know, That's a
100.
nerve-wracking prospect in itself.
He's human. Think about all the people who have done that before and had a bad visit next. Happens to everybody. I think one of two things is going to happen
85.
when Ben finally leaves us today. This is going to galvanise his passion for the sport. And he will go away
97.
from this hungrier than ever. Or, based on what's happened today, he'll get a bit defensive and say to himself, I'm not sure I want to do that again, but I've got a sneaky suspicion it's the first one.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's put in some great performances.
41.
You don't see many dart players who are clean-shaven anymore, do you?
58.
They all seem to have some sort of facial hair. It's only the more seasoned player, like an Alan Norris or a Steve West, that have the proclivity of using a razor every morning.
The designer stubble, right the way through, probably to a full-on Darryl Pilgrim beard.
Oh, yeah. Might even get his
85.
coiffeur as Scott Waits. That's taken on its own personality, that beard.
I hadn't seen him for a while, and then I did. Yeah.
60.
Different.
Yeah, if you have a game of dart and Guess Who, it's a very different prospect, a different bunch of questions for Scott Waits now. Has he got hair? No. Did he used to have hair? Has he got a beard now? Yes. Did he used to have a beard? No. It gets very, very complicated.
30.
I noticed some footballers recently were playing Guess Who with football players. And it was very funny. I think that's something we need to do
41.
with the Super Series. Can you guess the player? Well, Alan looks a little cheesed off here. He won't be happy with his level of performance, but you can tell that the tank is almost empty.
Yeah, just overreaching there.
37.
He's been hopping on
They
his toes as
require
well, just to try and
145.
compensate for what has been lost in the shoulder department. And that's something that can become a very bad habit.
76.
So once again, Ben finds himself in a relatively comfortable position. Should, in theory, win the leg from here, but didn't go his way last time.
Yes, not often you lose a leg after missing 11 darts at double, isn't it?
44. Then he requires 69.
Got 2 visits for this.
49.
Doesn't clear it, but will be back. But he's constantly splitting doubles as well. That's actually worse than missing a double constantly on the outside for me, because you're going to different targets all the time.
You're chasing, aren't you?
Then
And
he
you have to
requires
readjust.
20. Game shot on the
This
second
time,
leg.
no problem here for Ben Payne.
13's a charm, isn't it? Lucky for some. And his 13th dart at a double.
Third leg against
registers his
Allen to
first
throw
leg in this
first.
final contest of Group C
Game on.
here in week 4. We've talked about the future for Ben. What about Alan?
93.
Where does he go from here? Because I'm not sure what his motivations are going forward, whether it's trying to get back to the PDC Tour or whether it's a different route.
41.
I think there are different options, aren't there, that perhaps weren't there 5-10 years ago. You've obviously got the Seniors Tour. You've got ADC. I don't know what it was like for you, but previously, I've had to travel a
93.
lot in order to accumulate points to get into World Championships and other tournaments, and it can be quite exhausting. And now we've got quite a lot of UK-based tournaments that are available.
60.
People don't have to travel quite so much to get some kind of relative reward.
Yeah, one of the large slices of proof for that is Norris's career.
59.
We touched on this yesterday, and the fact that he's won in so many different countries proves just how hard
140.
players had to work. Maybe pre-2020, because there are more tournaments in the UK now. I'll go through the countries that he's won in again. Germany, Ireland,
46.
England, Catalonia, Denmark, France, Luxembourg, Poland, Scotland, Sweden, Wales. And 2 of those countries he's won twice in.
60.
I think it's Catalonia this weekend, actually.
Indeed it is. And a very big good luck message to our friend Matthew Edgar, who is actually in that tournament, looking for his second-ranked tournament of the year.
75.
Being a runner-up to Wesley Plazier recently in a ranked event.
140. Alan, you reckon 135.
This is a better leg from both. That seems to be Alan's miss at the minute. When he loses
49.
touch, he tends to drag the dart to his left.
60.
Double top.
Game shot in the
And
third
Ben
leg.
has
Ben
figured out the
Payne.
doubles. He takes a 2-1 lead. I think he desperately wants to get away with a win here. He doesn't want to have one of those pointless days.
No, and I do think, I know darts isn't always fair. It's probably the wrong way to say it, but I do think it would be a fair result for Ben to clock off a win today as well, because he has had moments where he's just been pipped at the post. He's been a bit unlucky. Neither of these two playing at their best at the moment. Ben's average just over the 70 mark, but dragged down by the checkout percentage, 2 out of 14.
Yeah, that will drag down an average more than anything else. But he looks more likely to win this game than Alan right now. Would it be harsh for Alan Norris to finish bottom of the table?
30.
In order for that to happen, I do believe that Ben just has to win this match by a couple of legs.
58.
And although it would be finishing last, if Ben was to go out and win, you do have 4 players on 8 points. It kind of shows how tight it was. It's just down to leg difference.
Yeah, that's very true. It has been a group of 2 halves, really. 4 players all
60.
tied on 8, potentially. And then 2 on 14, well in the distance. I'm not sure I would have forecasted that at the start of play today.
85.
No, I think discussions at the start of play was based on what happened yesterday. Ben was sat 3rd. He was kind of right up there in the mix, along with Scott Campbell and Willie Borland, to potentially make it into finals night.
And you reckon 137.
There's no guarantee of success here in Group C. We've said many, many times
97.
about the Scott Walters situation where he was 10 points from 10 on the first day and ended up in 5th. And Scott Walters will be going for glory tonight in Group B. Ironically, he started with 2 losses last night and ended with 2
then
wins.
You require 40.
He's in the mix. And Ben is on 10s. That's got a ring to it. And he's going to split it this
32.
time. He's been spending too much time with Johnny Haynes.
But it does throw back to what happened in that very first leg, where he did go for 5, split the 5, left himself on double 5, and then made a complete mess of trying to get that double. So I think that's more sensible play than what we saw in the first leg.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Laura, because I think that moment
8.
of splitting tops and 10s and being on 10 with his
Game
opponent
shot on the 4th
so
leg.
far back.
Ben Payne.
I think that's the moment. If he watches that back, that's the moment where he'll learn to bust it and go back to tops
It's Alan
instead.
to throw first.
That's what this experience is all about.
Game on.
Learning how to get better in certain situations. And he's winning 3-1.
57.
Yeah, so Ben will be looking to wrap up the match here.
45.
Love to get 4 legs to 1, because that would, and on leg difference, put him back up to 3rd.
$21.
And those first 2 visits from Alan Norris really are opening the door for Ben Payne here. Take advantage, needs to step through.
57. 59.
Neither player yet to in a treble 20 in this leg.
60.
Just get the feeling that one big score here could be the difference.
$23.
And that's another one on the floor for Alan Chuck Norris. Sometimes when things aren't going your way, then other factors make a difference.
140.
That's a better visit there from Ben Payne. We often say about equipment changes. I think Alan Norris has just taken off his glasses.
80. $97.
Yeah, good cover. Leaves himself on 102 after 15. Looking to break the Alan Norris throw and win out 4-1.
97. Benny require 102.
Needs double 16.
86.
Misses it by
And you require 164.
smallest of margins. So Alan Norris here needs 164.
$27. Benny requires 16.
So 3 in hand for the match here for Ben Payne,
Game
but only
shot and the
needs the one.
match.
And
Ben
that is your
Payne.
final match of this afternoon, going the way of Ben Payne. Ben Payne does clock up a win, right down to the very last match for him, and it does see him go back up the table into 3rd position. So now we can join Henry and Paul Nicholson up on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Laura. So that is the culmination of our Group C action. The asset Paul Nicholson joins me up here on the balcony. Let's have a look at the results then from today's action at the Live Lounge. And it was William Borland. Well, he won his first 2 matches. It was enough to see him through. Tailed off as the session went along. But Scott Campbell, he's going to be the name joining. He's the name who won the group.
I think there's a lot of people out there thinking that this is a bit of an upset. I'm not so sure. I think we might have found something in Scott Campbell. When you were talking to him on the balcony and we were sitting in the commentary box listening to what he was saying, he looked like someone who was very aware of everything that was going on, whether it was points, leg difference, game patterns. He is a very smart guy. I just wonder what he's going to have in the locker for tomorrow.
Well, let's dissect the group then. Let's begin with Willie Borland, because he won 5 out of 5 on day 1. He won his first 2 on day 2, and that was enough to see him through. This is the moment that sent him through in the end. But he was the first to admit, after he got this 48 against Ben Payne, we see the outtake of emotion, and the afternoon just kind of dwindled from there.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you look at sports like athletics, you've got heats and you've got semi-finals where you don't really want to puff yourself out. So maybe something like Noah Lyles, who's got the 200 metres and he's looking around and he's got 20 metres on everybody else, so he's just starting to slow down. Maybe we can accuse Willie Borland of doing that. But ultimately, if he's the one holding the trophy at the end, we can't cast any dispersions his way. Ultimately, it was a good enough campaign because he's through.
As far as Borland is concerned, first time here on a Saturday night. If it was a failure from 3 attempts, would that be considered a failure when you consider the type of player that he is? He felt like he had to get through this time.
To him, yes. To everybody else, probably. I think we know what talent he's got in his locker, but it's about harnessing it over the course of the next few months to see if he can get himself back to the PDC Tour. And if he doesn't, we'd welcome him here with open arms, but we want him to progress. We want him to get towards the point where he's happy with his consistency. And I don't think he is happy with his consistency. So there's more work to do.
And we've spoken so much, obviously, about the achievement of the World Championship, the 9 data against Bradley Brooks. But how much would a weekly title here, for example, be good for him in terms of we're not just talking about one moment when it comes to Willie Borland. There's something that backs it up. And going into Q School later on in the year, because every player's going to be eyeing that up now we're into the autumnal months, how much that would be a confidence for him?
I think his confidence now is based on what he's doing now. I don't think he takes any confidence from what he's done 2 years ago. and nobody should either. It's about what you are doing in this moment that is building the confidence towards where your next destination could be. His destination is Saturday night, and he has got confidence from the last couple of days, but it's how much against some of the players who are always going to be against him. And likes of Conan Whitehead, the likes of Scott, they know that he is the tiniest bit fragile because of what they've seen towards the end of Friday.
And interesting enough, he was talking to me up here on the balcony, and we were talking about the ADC Vault events and how that's given him an extra little kick going forward. And I suppose the format of it, the fact that you're playing loads of games and they're short matches, a best of 3 in the group stage, and they move on to a best of 5 going forward. How important is things like that for match sharpness, and maybe how much of a vehicle was that not around maybe a few years ago for players outside the 128?
I make no bones about it. It's geared towards coming here. It's geared towards playing more matches against more people and getting exposure. You think about some of the events from yesteryear. Chris Mason's told me all about the North American Open, where they travelled across the pond and they might play best of 3 in a singles competition. Best of 3 legs. Now, people like Steve Brown and Scott Hunt at the ADC understand that people want to travel to play darts, but ultimately what they want to do is play more matches and get experience. That has helped people like Ben Payne, people like Willie Boland in trying to rediscover form. It's a great system.
It most certainly is. Right, let's talk about Scott Campbell. He's our other qualifier. The Scott, named Scott, made it through to Saturday night here at the Super Series. He is top of the lot as far as Group C is concerned. This is him getting himself through to finals night. And he took everything as it comes, and you could tell up here that he came in, look, obviously the expectation to play well, but he wasn't going to get bogged down by, if I don't do this, I'm going to be disappointed.
I think coming here as a debutant, it almost removes the kind of pressure that was put on Willie. Because of what he's done previously, we automatically think that he is going to be a heavy hitter in Group C, whereas we haven't seen Scott before, so he has that degree of almost ignorance about, I don't know what this is all about, I don't know what's expected of me, so he can go out there with a little bit of freedom. We don't allow him to have that anymore, because now he's a group winner. And every time he comes here, whether it's tomorrow or in the future, we're going to remember what he did over the last couple of days. So, Scott, the pressure's on, I'm afraid.
Well, his mentor is John Henderson, and Henderson, well, he can do something he didn't, because he came so close last week, lost out in the semi-finals, did the Highlander. Campbell here tomorrow night. And look, we've seen it so many times at the Super Series. Morena Maycal's an example last week of players that just get their way through the week. He's had a couple of ton plus checkouts as well. The only player to hit ton plus averages, shall I say, this week. So he's the type of player that could easily go under the radar, and you consider the likes of Conan, the likes of Steve West potentially, Wesley Harms potentially could get through tonight.
Yeah, I think because of the strength of the other players that will potentially join him, he might, but I'm not going to let him. I'm going to be shouting it from the rooftops over the next 24 hours that he is someone that we have discovered with the help of the likes of Hendo. I know Hendo didn't qualify last week, but the fact of the matter is, it's his fault that this guy is here. So if he wins, it's all John's fault.
Well, it most certainly will be. It's all yours, John. Anyway, we'll see him at the Barbican tomorrow. Right, let's have a look at the table then in Group C. Following 2 days play, 10 matches for every single player. And, well, it was a comprehensive job as far as Scott Campbell and Willie Bourne are concerned. But of everybody else there that won 8 points, who can be the happiest with their campaign?
I don't think Alan's going to be happy with his campaign all week. I think Johnny will be very pleased with the way he played today. And Colin will be very happy with his last performance, because that was a really good culmination of the things that were going right the last couple of days. I think, all in all, Johnny's probably going to be the happiest from today, because he managed to snag 8 points and he was doing the stuff that, amazingly, just didn't come his way the previous 4 days.
But he'd be annoyed about the fact that even if he could have picked up a couple of wins yesterday, it could have been so different for him.
That's darts. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. He didn't, so he couldn't.
Well, that is the case. Right, so let's see how the bracket breaks down then. We know half of the field for tomorrow night's final. Conan Whitehead, the winner of Group A, will see him tomorrow night, as will Scott Campbell and Willie Borland. So Group B, as you can see in the middle of that graphic there, is going to be our centre of attention tonight. And this is how the land lies as far as the table is concerned at the halfway stage of proceedings. Wesley Harms and Steve West both on 6 points, and both really were the standout players last night.
Oh, yeah. Harms was so consistent. We'll talk more about his range of averages last night because it was really tight. West, the thing that impressed me most about West last night was his ability to knock back adversity, because after losing his first game, to a lot of people he looked in trouble, but in the past, he would have let that better him. Last night, it doesn't seem to be happening at the minute. He's able to soak up the adversity and use it to his advantage. I think the top three are the favourites tonight. It's easy for me to say that, but if you think about the fact that Richard North has got to play the last game, I think he's going to be under the most pressure. I think he's going to be the chaser, and if he doesn't chase well, he could be cut adrift.
We better get our tea and get ready for tonight, ain't we?
Indeed.
Well, Paul, it's always a pleasure to have you up here on the balcony. We'll see you tonight. We'll see you as well tonight from 10 p.m. this evening, because Group B is going to come to a culmination. And we're going to know the final three identities of the 6 that are going to play at finals night on Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge in Ports. And, of course, if you want to be here on a Saturday night, you can do. Head to www.dartshop.tv to reserve your tickets to a Saturday night. It is a £2 booking fee. The tickets are free, and there are plenty of things on offer. But we're going to be back for live darts at 10 o'clock in the evening for Group B's culmination here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Steve West and Wesley Harms lead the way and looking to secure places back at finals night. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, it was the 2 Scots that topped the lot. We'll see you at 10 o'clock. Bye-bye for now.